Finally, after 10,000 years. Good morning, chat. How are you doing? Did you miss me? Did you miss me? Please? Please tell me you miss me.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
All right, time to execute my trick.
No, 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 please, chat, please, I beg you, no, no. Did you like that one? Do you like that one? I literally made that one in the last like 20 minutes. I literally made that redeem in the last 20 fucking minutes. I saw somebody do it on, what was it? Literally scrolling Twitter before stream. I saw it, somebody was doing it with like the witch from Left 4 Dead. And I was like, wait, that looks like a green screen thing. And I like searched it on YouTube and I was like, oh, I found it. And I just made it redeem. All right, get it out of your system. We are what? 2 days behind? All right, go ahead. I'll wait for the sensor too. Where's the sensor? There it is. Okay, that's too good. Shut the fuck up. Hi, Kono. Go away, Kono. If bad, why friendship? Hi. Yeah. Also, holy shit, chat. I gotta complain for a fucking second. So, I've told y'all I live in Texas, right? And y'all remember what happened in like 2021 in Texas when we had the freeze, right? You think they would have fucking learned something? The entire city has been frozen over the last like 4 days. And they have done absolutely fuck all. I went out 2 days ago and that was like the only time I went out because I was like, I missed Sunday. I gotta go to the gym on Monday. I was fucking slipping and sliding goddamn everywhere. Even main roads were covered in ice and snow. They weren't doing shit. I went down one of the major roads in my town and I was right behind like 2 of those trucks. You know, the ones that are like, it's one of those dump trucks that's probably supposed to be dumping salt with a pilot truck behind it that says, careful, de-icing ahead. Stay back. Those motherfuckers weren't doing shit. Those motherfuckers weren't doing a goddamn thing except driving around looking busy. I swear to God, I'm sorry. I'm kind of convinced that the city officials and whoever's supposed to be doing their fucking job when it ices over like this, basically just takes the money, jerks off with it, and just walks on down to the local pub because those are the only fucking places that were open that day. Complaints about Texas. I feel validated. Fuck this ice weather. It's not even fuck the ice weather, which of course the ice weather is bad. It's that the city and the state has no idea what to do with it. It's like they were all just like, it'll just melt eventually. Even though it would melt and then refreeze every like other hour. So everything was ice, literally everything. It took me almost an hour and a half to get home on what's supposed to be a 15-minute drive because I went one direction, got to a section that was supposed to be like a downhill and then an uphill, and it was blocked off because it was covered in so much ice. They just didn't want people getting stuck at the divot in the hill. That's the one way to have a money shot. Shut up. Government officials quite a lot, so I'd rather bitch about the weather. True. I have another thing to bitch about that I heard about. I can't remember the company. Some AI company. Was it Asus? It better not have been Asus. I think it was NVIDIA. Even the workout 20 squats. I went to the gym Monday and today. How dare you? I'm so sorry for bothering you with my friendship. Get out of here, Kono. Get the spray bottle. But what was it? Oh, the thing on it was either Asus or NVIDIA or something. Apparently is pitching the idea of Asus. Hi, Amber. Is pitching the idea of AI gameplay. I'm not even joking. Okay, it sounds weird the way when I say it like that. They want to make essentially a fucking auto-playing bot that will play your games for you. It's Sony. Okay, it's Sony. I couldn't remember who it was. I just remember it being a big company and I was too flabbergasted to be like, Wow, guys, has your backlog ever been so big that you just needed to just I don't know, watch it while you were doing work or something and not actually play the game? Have you considered going and watching a playthrough on YouTube? Wow, companies genuinely want to put out any sort of creative out of business as fast as they can using AI, including content creators, apparently. Yeah, apparently we're taking the gaming out of gaming. Jesus, my mother was right. I really am the world's most perfect man. Total honk. Anyway. Fuck, people don't want AI start making shit up. That's the only thing it can be. I mean, we know now that what is it? Something, what's the main, OpenAI. OpenAI is currently running out of money so fast that they were essentially burned through $14 billion before 2027. They have no ideas. They have no idea how they're going to push it. They have no like products that actually turn a profit. So every single company that has invested into this AI nonsense is now currently scrambling to force it into things. I mean, even Microsoft is currently absolutely eating shit because they're trying to force Copilot, their own AI assistant, into their fucking Office things. And people would rather swap away from Windows, find alternative ways to essentially strip the AI functions out of Windows, or just go to Linux. I would go to Linux, but my brain is too small for Linux. 5 streams of streaking and Baird is none the wiser. Are you not wearing pants? Which to fund because he can't do both? Oh, he'll find a way. I think you fail to realize how much money the United States can borrow from itself. I'm not even joking. Since the US has gotten off the gold standard, it has done nothing but borrow from its own future. That's all it does. That's why the US spends so much money on things, because it's just borrowing from the future. It owes itself that money later on down the line. No, Sunstar, no! Not the strip. You wouldn't notice anyway? Okay, maybe. Just going deeper. Yeah, because they don't care. Because they'll talk about the deficit every night and day, but the fucking politicians in power don't give a shit. Because they can just pawn it off on someone else. They're carrying all their shit in assets and movable functions. They don't give a shit if the government sucks up $1 trillion of debt and then defaults on it. They'll act like they do, and they'll act like that's the reason that they don't do certain things. But they're full of shit. They're 100% full of shit. I flashed him a clip about the strips, but I don't know what it's called. The strips? I mean, I can always break out that one comedy song called The Streak. Oh, yes, they call him The Streak. Fastest thing on 2 feet. Anyway. What else was there that went on? That's for future me to worry about, because fuck the unwanted children. Oh, no. Boy, thank you for doing your season pass. Holy shit, 33. Oh, shit. Drop my chapstick again. Open Windows key. 2 3s, hot diggity. Okay, 2 3s. Oh, that. Yeah, I suppose that works. Specific VTuber. I heard about the what was it? The ovulation tracker, which is extremely fucking weird. Whoever made that has to be right. That has to be a one-person operation, right? I didn't even look at the details. I legitimately have no idea who's on it, except for like the one picture I saw that had like, I think 4 or 5 VTubers on it. And the only one I know out of it was Ruby Cafe. I have no idea who the others are. Ovulation, what? Yeah, apparently one of the things going around right now is people found out Katie was on it. I thought Katie,
What's your fear?
I don't remember, doesn't Katie not get a period? I remember Katie always makes a post when like Trans Visibility Day comes around about certain details. And I don't think she gets a period. I could be entirely wrong. I don't know shit about her anatomy. I read that as font facing. I was like, font facing? I have front facing eyes just like the stock of Ambaspis.
Well,
okay.
At you.
This is my first introduction to your channel. I am so sorry, Yukari. I am so sorry that that is the first thing that you hear when we get in here. Hi, K-Dogs. Welcome in. Also, wait, did y'all start a hype train? What the fuck? Why'd y'all start a hype train? A few streamers I know checked to see if they were on the list. Well, I didn't find anybody posting the link, so I didn't want to be the weirdo that was like, do I ask for the link? Can I Google it? Wait, that's a good question. Can I just Google it? Probably, right? Oh, God. It's one of the first things that comes up when you put VTuber and O.
Look at you.
Second, a VTuber. Oh, it's gone. The host got rid of it. Bad gateway. Really? Check out your Oshi's fertility level live. That is so fucking creepy. That's the tagline for this website, but it looks like it's gone. It looks like it's gone. I legitimately can't open it. It gets lost at the host every time. Browser working, Cloudflare working, ovu.moe, host error. Does anybody know how many people... Wait, 20 hours ago, Vidal is on the VTuber ovulation tracker? Vidal, the dude who made Neurosama? Wow. That's really fucking... Also, how the fuck did this person... I guess sometimes people will talk about it. Which obviously has some issues. I wonder if he's just like... If he's misinterpreting... I would be confused. I'd be confused too. And the emotes are cool. What the fuck? Is that a boob bump? It is a boob bump. Huh. Weird. And interesting. It was anecdotal evidence. I have a headache was considered proof. Okay, that's what I was thinking. I was like, my mind is like, this dude's probably just taking things that like, oh, I have a headache. I'm prone to migraines. Or possibly actual like people talking about, because I do know that there's some VTubers out there that will say like very specifically that they're like on their period or it started early, it started late, blah 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 blah. But I was like, there's no way that you could make an entire database just out of that like one time somebody says those things. It's kind of weird, my guy, kind of weird. Wait, is that the same person? It is. They're using, wait, they're using 4 of their emote slots for 4 different boob fight emotes. I did that once. You did it once. Once? Oh no. Didn't we talk about this? You're not allowed to miss the stream. Do we need to talk about it again? Anyway. I'm sorry, you're goddamn right, you're sorry. I mean, in terms of demonstration. Oh, wait, what? Hold on, wait, what was a boob battle emote? We literally have no space for emotes. I will not be getting any more emotes that I am not already waiting on. Because I'm still waiting on QB to finish, like, the cleaver emotes. And I think there's one more, but I can't remember what it is. That I paid for like 2 months ago. I was gonna ask QB for Gooner emotes. Define the Gooner emotes. Do you mean like the ones that people have where they're like, let's say washing a plate, like the ones that are looking away from the viewer? I know one of you fuckers out there has that emotes. Which one of you has the dorking it emote? Is that the one you're thinking of, Kono? Or are you thinking of like Goon, like our 7TV emotes, Goon? Or what was it? Propa? No, it's boss. So anytime you say boss with a capital B, that's what it is. Boob and booty battle. I'm a power up for a second. It's a sign. I had an issue for the longest time with Marvel Rivals. That if I was opening the game and it was doing the what is it? Compiling shaders. And I wasn't fully focused on Marvel Rivals and doing nothing else, it would crash my PC. Which is why I opened it before stream and just kind of left it here. I pay for turbo so I don't really get emotes. What do you mean get in this case? Oh yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one I was talking about, the working one. Working. Yes. But yeah, I have turbo too. But the main reason I have turbo now is I forgot this was a feature of turbo. It's so that we get a longer VOD storage. Because when you pay for turbo, you get 2 months VOD storage. Otherwise, it's only like 2 weeks. And I was like, why are my VODs going away so fast after I canceled my fucking Twitch turbo? And so I was like, yeah, I don't want those VODs to go away so quickly. Is anyone allowed? Anybody that's been like a regular in chat? I forget though. Do you need? I think there's a separate friends list here, isn't there? Yeah. Okay. So if y'all want to join, feel free to either add me on team or Grins. Are you here? Did you want to play? Is that why you're logged in? The British man. Oi, British. I don't know. I don't remember if Grins is. Oh, there's Grins. Grins is further up in chat. I'm going to stream Marvels for some reason. Marvel Rivals is seen with other sources. It stutters. Hold on. Hold on. It's settings. Windowed board list, DLSS. Ah, yeah. Low latency's fine. Limits. Oh my god, limits. Match max like 60, lobby max 120. Background FPS. God, limit background FPS to 30. Apply for now. Because I can actively hear my PC going right now. And it's very funny sometimes when I mess with games. You know what? It almost doesn't matter if I have that higher. I'll just leave that at 60. The British. Have you linked to the Britman? What are you doing, Britman? We call him British because they threw the T in the Harvard. Listen, it's the way. And to be honest, we should probably do that again. Or at least something similar because we did the Boston Tea Party for less than the shit that we're dealing with now. This has been a while. Let me take a little peek here. M. Night, if you want to join, we are playing on American servers. So that is a heads up for that. Yeah, you're more than welcome. Shoot me a friend request. Also, let me know when you shoot me a friend request so that I like know who you are. If I get a random one and I have no idea who you are and you don't respond in chat, I'm just going to decline it.
Step inside.
Unfortunately, no, Maho. That's a first-time chatter. I see the first-time chat and follow. Unfortunately, you have to be here a little while before I'm totally fine with letting people in for community nights. It wasn't us that did it. It was mostly the business owners. We poors are still working. True. General strike time. General strike time. You ever want to see the wealthy and the rich flounder and politicians? Actually get people in the US to do a region, if not entirely national level general strike. Just nobody working and nobody spending money. The thing is, Fake, is planning them. Listen, if you do a general strike, you have to be ready to not have an end date. You cannot let them prepare to just be like, we'll just hold out the couple of days that they claim the general strike's going to be happening. No. You start a general strike and you stick to it constantly until they cave. About the lore of your character, I'm the ringleader of the Dark Carnival. Circus of horrors, fears, nightmares, butchery, and murder. Let me see. Let's do a little. I don't need the glasses, but we can put these away. If my power goes out, I'm going to bed. Oh no. An intern's on fire. Of course it is, because you set him on fire, didn't you, Wording? Didn't you? So what you're saying is keep going until we run the big top? Is that what you've been doing this whole time, Sunstar? Sunstar, have you secretly been running a general strike in the background? Is that why we're not getting closer to partner? Is that what this is? Well? What do you have to say for yourself, Sunstar? Have you been doing this whole time? Have you orchestrated this? Have you been messaging people to leave in the middle of stream? Am I being sabotaged by my own mom? Sunstar. Sunstar. Oh, now we're quiet. Now we're quiet, Sunstar. It's a regular to VIP to mod to lead mod and soon to be. Soon to be what, Sunstar? Soon to be what, Sunstar? Oh, you want the channel? All right, Sunstar, you can have the channel. It's all yours. All yours. Go get him, champ.
Scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock your soul, seal your doom tonight.
Sunstar still doing their thing in here? Is Sunstar still in charge? Is this what we're doing today? Somebody did mute. It's not a word. Oh no, fake nudes got it. Never mind. She's alive? No, Sunstar's in charge here. I'm the assistant. Sunstar's been undermining me this whole time. We found that out today. Sabotaged by my own mod. I knew it. I knew it. Next I'm gonna find out that Sunstar is in fact every single account. That y'all are all in fact Sunstar. Fucking apple milk's little sit alien. That's so cute. That's such a cute fucking emote. Do not do the copy pasta. Weird Sunstar, weird Legion. Oh yeah, I'm Sunstar. How could I have that many accounts? Oh my god. Why is the VJ stream? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for interrupting. I'll just go. Ugh. Are we done? Is the bit fucking over? Sunstar? Are you done? Are you giving me the reins back? Do I have your fucking permission? I'm gonna sneeze. Why did you tell us? You're in text. What's the shtick? Oh, the Sunstar so stormed off stage mid-lifetime? What the fuck do you mean? Wait, this is Marion stream? I don't know anymore. Have an existential fucking crisis here. Hi, Penguin. I didn't sneeze, you fucking dork. I can lurk again? Oh yeah, the music is loud. I turned it up at the other thing. I got you. A really good skin for Storm. Here, let's do the You know what? Not bad, actually. My ass is fatter, though. Anyway, that will be remedied in the future. 80% leg? The leg is so much. There's so much leg. It just keeps going. There's all the leg on screen. And then if I move it down and I get to the top of the head, just above the knees. Christ. I'm like the fucking... I'm like those long leg people from One Piece. I couldn't find the emote in time. Had to use another browser because Twitch was stupid and all my reasons are empty. What? Oh, I did see that. I did see the friend invite thing. I forgot what we were talking about before this. Didn't we have a topic we were going on about? And then Sunstar had to take over, and is still laying claim. How could you? How could you? I would have said most of the humans in Tom and Jerry. I don't think any of the humans in Tom, because the only human that I remember in Tom and Jerry, isn't there one that's like supposed to be kind of like an older black woman that like kind of beats the shit out of Tom because he keeps breaking things? That's the only one that comes to mind in terms of the humans from Tom and Jerry. Was she black? I don't remember if she was actually black or not. Shit. It's been that long since I've seen Tom and Jerry. Last time I watched Tom and Jerry, ooh, misspell him. Last time I watched Tom and Jerry was like when it was played on like Cartoon Network at like 5 or 6 in the morning. Oh, wait, what about military people? General strike, that was our topic? Okay, oh, no, it wasn't Peter posing as it. He was talking about like a family member or something, or like great cousin or something. It wasn't supposed to be him. It was supposed to be like a relative of his from, it's like somebody, those legs go all the way up Griffin. The bit was those legs do in fact go all the way up. Was it inbreeding? I don't remember if it was inbreeding. Great cousin, distant cousin. Distant cousin. Usually like second or third cousin is sometimes referred to as a great cousin, depending on where you live. Her to be a white 60s housewife? Oh. Oh. Marin Oldeg's model when I can actually afford new models, Sunstar. Which I haven't been able to do. I've literally only put a quarter of the payment down for the summer design in the past year. Inbreeding zones in? Why did you zone in on that? Okay, I don't remember that one. Was that a whole episode? English speakers calling everyone cousin trips me up. Well, no, I was talking about familial cousins, not like... I know there's some people that like, by like slang terms or anything, will often be like, oh, what's the word? They'll like call like their closest friends, like their cousin or cuz or something like that. No, I usually, what the deuce? Not the deuce. But when I say cousin, I usually mean familial cousin. Hi, Bucky, how are you doing? So only legs are visible? There are so many layers to this model that it is a literal fucking pain to do so. I tried to do it one time so that I could have just like a head toggle, which means I could just attach the head to different things. And it was painful. I worked on it for over 30 minutes and I only made it through like the boots. I made it through the boots. I thought I'm cousins with a bunch of Republican politicians. Honestly, does anyone know how to delete a blood connection? You can kind of just ignore it. Blood connections really don't mean a whole lot unless you're trying to fuck someone. Then you should really consider blood connections. Put the box down. OBS to only include the legs. Slap some eyes on those hips. Ooh. Ooh. We have to keep the blood pure. So says the Habsburgs. Good fucking lord. Also, hold on a second. I need to adjust my phone. Okay, that's better. That's better. Like the frog? The frog? The fuck you mean? Ew? Yeah, ew. Second cousins are okay in terms of non-Habsburgian breeding safety concerns? No, they're not okay. Phaedric, do you have something you would like to admit? I wouldn't want to go anywhere near somebody that's even so much as a fourth cousin. No! No! Next inbreeding tier list is, wait, what would the inbreeding, is the inbreeding tier list just like celebrities or like famous historical people that were inbred? Or is it like, who would you fuck in like your family going the inbreeding iceberg? Oppressing European culture. If inbreeding is European culture, it deserves to die. You know what? Maybe the Great Replacement isn't such a bad thing. It's not a real thing that's happening, but maybe it's not so bad if the values that you're espousing are inbreeding and child marriage. I would not like the inbred. I just breed. Oh, good lord. Wasn't there one of the privates admitted while he was drunk to dating his first cousin? We played Sweet Home Alabama anytime he was around for them on out. Oh no. Oh yeah, the pause the stream for some reason doesn't work. I have literally set it to the exactly as it needs to be and it doesn't do anything. Who ends my bread? Oh. What? Hi, Fairbanks. Fairbanks, chat's being mean to me. They're saying this is the Sunstar show. The to be continued banner?
Step inside, step inside.
Is that what it was? Mirren Ellos, thank you for the follow. Was that what it was? I could have swore. I'll kill. All right, Sunstar, explain yourself to Fairbanks. Relevant to the current topic at hand. Let me find it. Wait, what? Which topic? The inbreeding topic? We're not going to keep talking about inbreeding. I was not part of this legal vote. With the TTS question mark? Oh, you want a text to speech? I would, but I more find text to speech more annoying than anything else. Oh yeah, we do have two Brits. Is M. Night's a Brit too? Oh no. That's why y'all both have the yellow indicators. Oh no. Oh no. Hold on, cause I know where that banner thing is. I'm pretty sure. Where is Mix It Up? Mix It Up, not commands. It's Twitch. Channel points. Pause the stream. Visibility to be continued. Wait. 15 seconds.
All right, time to execute my trick.
Not the brick! Not the brick!
What was?
Engage freeze. Engage vintage. Reaches VTuber freeze. To be continued exist. Okay, hold on. Oh, shit. Come over here. We're fixing this live, kids. To be continued. I literally just saw it, like... yesterday, or was I looking? Where was I looking? It's definitely not that. What was I messing with recently? Same as the over pause redeems have been for... Wait, what? It only worked on the old gaming stream? No, that shouldn't be the... Well... No, it triggers on full screen gaming. It doesn't trigger on chats. Turning it off and on again. The thing is, I'm trying to find the... is it 2D assets? Oh, maybe it is. Okay, hold on. Filters, let me make sure. Okay, that's all good. All right, kids. Who's ready to test some shit? Minimize all this back down. Save. Test. Why did you do that? Okay, that was the problem, that for some reason the arrow never comes in. But why does the arrow never come in?
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Thing is, I can't really delay the freeze. Actually, could I? Would delaying it slightly more work? So it goes for 15 seconds. What if I did it for 16? What's the other way? 7 seconds? That's fine. Okay, let's see if that works. Out of curiosity. Okay, hold on. Let's do... I'm gonna have to do fractions here for the weight. So we're gonna need like 15. Let's do 15.6. The thing is, it feels slightly too long. I basically want that arrow to swing in, and the second it comes to a stop, is it stops. Oversim GPT downloading the entirety of Marion streams to generate the script to Hasbin Hotel. What the fuck does that mean? What is Oversim GPT? You know what? That was pretty fucking close. Oh, do I adjust it again, or do I just say I'm satisfied with that? I don't think I'm satisfied with it. So let's cut it back to 15.4. Satisfied with it, what? And then we'll actually play the game we're supposed to be playing today, because we're already at an hour. Wait, that also probably means that we're gonna have an ad break any second, right? Oh yeah, any second. Perfect. All right. See, chat, we got there eventually. We got there eventually, and now you get to have an old redeem back. Let's go turn that back on. Now, where is... Pause the stream. Wait, where is it? Uh-oh. Wait, where is that? Oh, there it is. Okay, it's on. But I am going to change the amount. We're going to make that 1,200. And then definitely longer than 5 minutes. Okay. Sunstar, could you unpause that one? If that's what you're looking for. That's how I was trying to find it, expecting it to be turned off. Could you unpause it? Because I forget how to unpause those things when they've been paused instead of just turned off. Yeah, ads just started. I see. All right, kids. Y'all are getting more Sunstar words time. Y'all better not fail this level now that there's a commercial break at level 18. Otherwise, it takes Sunstar's hammer and sword. I can feel the music too. Okay. The thingamadookie, the rewards. Okay, it's not under rewards. Or it's a different part, isn't it? It's over here. No, it's not that. Rewards request queue? Did that edit? Ugh. Oh, did you turn it off? Okay, you already turned it off. At least the pause thing's unchecked. I think. What are you doing? I was trying to get to the reward queue where I thought that was where it was. And I found it there, but it's already checked off. Did you turn it off? Is that a failure? Is that a failure? All right, let's see here. Community tab, roles manager. Retroactive Sunstar. All right, Sunstar, do you got anything else to say? You got anything else to say? Whoa, whoa, look where, Sunstar? No, Beef, that's not how that works. We were doing fine when you were gone, uh-huh. Hi, Hectic. My mod is currently trying to mutiny my stream. To ruin iPads? Ruin iPads? I'll take the iPads away. We'll start gaming through commercial breaks. Unless I need to get up and go piss. Think about it? Think about what? Are you gonna sit here and try to sell a conspiracy to chat? Think about it? Go on, Sunstar. Go ahead. Spin your yarn. Spin your yarn. I never think. Well, that's a shame. I do it on occasion. I have been known to do a thunk on occasion. Streamer drama? Only during ads where the least amount of people can or do play, where she advertises people to leave and take breaks. You know what? That's fair. That's a fair conspiracy. Okay, never mind. Carry on. I have left the role manager. It's not a conspiracy if it's true. I mean, conspiracy and truth can be one and the same in like the legal version of like what a conspiracy is. This isn't like, what was it? The conspiracy theory. That's it. Conspiracy theory. How goes the funny Marvel game? We have not played around yet. By the hand that feeds those iPads, wake up, Marin goes sheeple. What the fuck? All right. Is there anybody else we need to grab? Is there any regular viewer that wants to join? Or is it just the three of us right now? Grins, M. Night, are y'all still good to go? We're just gonna do quick mode. We're not gonna do ranked or anything. Because I am bad and I have not played in months, except when I did like 2 matches last night. No, this is just community day. We're not doing it. We're not doing any voice thing or anything. Although I will probably be doing pings and shit. With these loose hammer situations, I gotta dangle it over your head a little bit. US servers are not for me. That makes sense. Don't know if has Grin said anything in a while. Hi, Mungo. I would, but my Marvels never grabbed me, you know? That makes sense. Again, like, I haven't played, aside from last night, the last time I played was before... Where is she? Before Emma released. And I'm probably going to be trying to play her today, by the way. Because I want to play a bunch of the new characters. If you want to see Strike Team. I have not played Angela at all. I'm probably not going to play her because like the 2 tanks I really want to play are Emma and Rogue. And then if I'm doing DPS, I really want to play Phoenix. I really want to play Phoenix. I haven't got to even try Phoenix in a game yet. I've only got to do firing range shenanigans. And because I wanted to play this game, which is why we're doing a community day, because none of my friends invite me to play this game with them. Who's Hollow Die? Anybody? Anybody? Is that you, Hollow? Okay. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Because the server's being complete garbage. I've never really had any issues. Well, I have some issues sometimes when like a bunch of ults go off, but I realized earlier in the stream that was probably because I was uncapped in frame limits. All right, anybody else? Anybody else? Is Grins really going to be the most senior player in our team at level 37? Is it weird that I don't play Battle Arena games, but I have no problem playing 5v5 PvP in games like Destiny? Destiny PvP? Uncapped. Listen, my PC and streaming cannot handle uncapped frames, cause that's also just wasted resources. To leave the frames uncapped instead of trying to go for a more directly smooth thing by capping it at a certain point means that the game will more than likely just try to max out whatever resources it can get. I've installed and opened it. It's a hero shooter. It's not for everyone. Oh. Tarhos? Who's Tarhos? Who's Tarhos? Sound off! I wish I could play Marble Marble. Do you want to play Marble Marble? That's you? Okay, gotcha. I get like 2 matches in before my frame rate tanks. You may want to make sure, just real quick there, Banks. You may want to make sure your settings, again, make sure your FPS is like capped off somewhere. Latency if necessary. I don't think I want that on. I do run DLSS in performance mode just to make it preferably better. And then you can see I have like almost everything set to low. That's unimportant. That's fine. I'm thinking I changed those settings way back whenever it was having all of those issues you were talking about. I'm like, why my eyes don't even go that high? Yeah, that's why I don't bother getting monitors above like 144 hertz. It's Tuesday. It's not Tuesday. It's Wednesday. Wednesday. Wet day. Hump day. All right, everybody good? Everybody fine? We got one PlayStation player. Everybody all right with whatever thing you get forced to play. I am totally fine with filling. I have characters I want to play in every role, so I'm fine with picking last.
Well, look at you.
Thank you for the follow, regular. Welcome in. Oh my god, not the Doro version of the fucking cat meme. Crazy. All right. Moving right along. Let's see how well this roll's running with 2 British people. Even though one's on console. Ooh. Okay, that was probably nothing. That was probably just the loading screen. I like Scarlet Witch. Scarlet Witch is one of my favorites too. One Tonk. One Dipis. One Hila. Mike, ouchie hurts. Amazing. Amazing. All right, I'll just pick Rogue. Another GPS. Sick. Sick. Who works for me? Also, I'm going insane. Hi, Insane. How are you doing? I'm probably going to be dog shit because I'm still trying to learn Rogue, and Rogue is a 5-star difficulty character.
Watch out, y'all.
Let me see if I can double. Okay.
Before you attack, get ready.
Okay, so that does replace the melee. That's the grab.
Don't need to worry about me, Eric.
And then what does I forget? Can I? I forget what their team up is. I forget what Rogue's team up does. Wait, what happened?
Sorry. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
What the fuck?
1. All you need to do is capture the
Also,
mission
I don't know
area.
this map.
Got it?
Sounds easy. Which means it's
I've never been on this map before.
You're about to find out.
Gimme. Oh, that was Psylocke. I didn't realize it was Psylocke. Ow. 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 Please give me some healing, Mr. Warlock.
What are you aiming at?
Angela. Get down here. Come on. Oh, should I just hit my keyboard? Stupid. That was so stupid. Oh, shit. I was not paying attention. Hi, Venom. What are you doing?
Just stick with your
A
team.
dragon turtle.
Probably.
Oh, he's just vibing. He's throwing it back. That's kind of impressive in its own little way. Oh, that's Angela. Oh, poor girl.
No one loves.
Brutal is always more frail. Logan located one of our opponents.
I'm just gonna leave him. What is this?
Keep going.
Who throws fog?
It's up to us to get this tablet to show now.
Oh, I think now is Venom now fighting?
Step inside, step inside.
Wait, the hell? Hi.
Armed and dangerous! Again! Rise, my friend!
Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Oh, he took the healing pack. No, illegal, illegal. Oh, he's still just goofing off. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Oh, he's gonna get it. He's gonna make... Oh, he's going the wrong direction. Uh-oh. Give me your help, bitch.
Don't you go quitting on me yet, Logan.
Damn it.
Let's dance, Remy.
Oh, that's Jeff giving her heals. Oh, it's Deadpool. I know there's... Oh, that's not ours. Nah, get your ass back over here, buddy. Oh, that's fine. Oh, hi, Angela. Can I help you?
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Good thing. Objective. Fine. Oh, we're not even halfway there. Oh, shit. We've been lollygagging. Oh, is the mist part of the map?
Armed and dangerous!
Is he about to come through the mist wall?
Keep up the momentum.
I'm in him. How are we doing, buddy?
Again!
Hi! I was not even paying attention. How did you get off the team, buddy? Oh, good cancel. Ah, I'm going down. Deadpool and Angela were on my hands. Gotta remember to stay on the objective, guys. It disappears for a few seconds. That's what it looks like. I saw it like cuts out. Oop, gotta group up.
Bring it in. That vehicle isn't going to escort itself, you know.
Uh-oh, bad touch. You missed.
Don't you worry.
Poor girl.
Gotcha.
Where you going? Okay, now I'm hurting. Get that dragon moving, come on. This poor Venom.
Armed and dangerous!
That's my man.
Yet another reason.
Oh, that was weird. I think my final hit was my my grab and suck, so it kind of glitched. Oh, hi, Angela. It's fine. It's fine. I'm enjoying Rogue. I'm not gonna lie. heck? Uh-oh. Bad touch. Ah, out of there. Oh, I'm about to go down though. It's fine. He did kind of nom more than half the team. Fucking Venom.
Still got a lot left that's worth fighting for. Get that vehicle moving again.
Moving so bad, lady?
Us against the world. Happy dogs, happy dogs.
Armed and dangerous!
Oh, god damn it. I'm the only one here. That's fine. They pushed everyone else back. Thank you for the heals. Get down here. Get over here, bitch.
Let's do that again sometime.
Can I help you?
Well, look who's up to no good. Why does a sleeping dragon...
Just spread out on whenever that Venom ults. Was he the one that said he was drunk? I think he was.
Don't let anything stand in
Oh.
your way.
Originally, having the colors be green and purple was really helpful, but now I'm getting confused by my own colors. He's looking to ult again. All right, that's all their healers down.
I know and so close.
Hi, Venom.
This is your big chance.
The revolution, the Venom revolution. I'm hurting real bad. I got swallowed. Thanks, Jeff. Oh no, I'm gonna die in Jeff's stomach. That's fine. That's fine.
Armed and dangerous! Again!
Get that vehicle moving again.
His butt just in the air.
Us against the world.
Get him, wolves. Oh shit. Oh no. I ain't got no hell. Let him dance. Thank you for the heals. God damn. Okay. God, y'all are doing really well in these heals. Thank you so much. Fuck you, Sayu. Oh, hey, it's Venom. Sorry, buddy.
No time to waste.
Oh, hey, barbecue. I didn't know if it was an emote. 33k. I remember Sunstars lead. The most lead. They have like 47k on me. Hey, Sunstar, you want to do stats? Hell yeah, Tarhos. I'm not surprised. I'm pretty sure you were the reason I stayed alive that whole time. All right. Yoink, yoink, yoinkity, yoinkity, yoink. Fantastic. How? What do you mean how? Oh, Jesus. 50k? You okay, buddy? You want to talk about it? Also, what do you mean hit lightheaded? Oh, goodness. Wait, we're doing the same map again?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
What's the character you would say you're the best at? Ugh. Oh, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I've only just come back to the game. Before this, last time I played was before Emma Frost came out. Okay, that's 2 tanks. Do I get to play? Do I get to try Phoenix for the first time? I want to try Phoenix for the first time. Actually, I can go healer. I can go. Oh. Oh. Okay. I'll go tank again.
You picked the right.
I'll go tank again.
Watch out.
We're clobbering.
Gloves are off.
Oh, that's 3 tanks. I'm an idiot.
The right gal for the job, sugar.
I'll go healer.
I'm not the type. After all these years.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Nothing's
Okay.
getting through now.
Are you playing with Bartholomew? Yes, Grins is. Grins is.
Benjamin J. Graham.
Right there, behind me.
You should know by now that I'm far from helpless.
Oh, I ain't worried about you. I think you should take it easy on them.
In
Ben.
that case, we'll just have to wait and see.
We do still technically have 1 slot open.
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission
Now I
area.
see them.
Got it?
What are you doing up there, Strange?
Probably not, right?
You're about to find out.
Oh, I forgot that she has the double jump. Oh, I'm trying. Oh, shit. Oh, right, that's a pull. Too far away, too far away. Ooh, I'm so sorry.
No worries. I've got your back.
That hit the spot.
Is it really
Okay.
Reverend time already, Ben? Oh, a touch of healing. Psionic surge. You forced my hand.
Whoops. Let's top you up, boys.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
This way over here.
I'm directionally challenged.
Just stick with your team and you'll be fine.
Careful, guys.
Probably.
Jesus, squirrel girl. How grouped up were they?
Touched him, Remy.
Jesus, that was that a quadruple kill?
Reggie's here.
Angela got ult.
You're
Halfway
taking less
there.
damage.
Keep going.
Oh. Need a freeze. That's fine. That's fine. Still good.
Next up, the lair of an immortal dragon.
Don't chase them too far, Grins.
Please.
Man, you're a little too hard focused on me.
Look at this jerk.
Psionic surge. I got you
Nice.
covered.
Just showed their stupid faces.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Okay.
Vortex field.
Oh yeah, baby, that's the good stuff.
Whew.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint.
Aren't you supposed to charge Magneto's thing when you... That's the killer. Hit her! God damn it, guys.
I am ready to put on a show.
The pure chaos yell is the point where you pull the 180 and you be like, where's this bitch? That's fine though. We got the checkpoint. Uh oh. I got you, Grins. Oh, I don't got myself though. Was that? I died to Magneto. Okay. I guess. Question mark.
I won't disappear so easily.
Wait, that hit the spot.
Nothing's getting through now. A touch of healing. Disappear!
That touch.
What are you aiming at?
I'm trying, Grins. I'm trying.
Who wants to come again?
Clearly you needed some help.
Okay, I'm also very lucky right now that these guys are not always so gung-ho.
Stand in your way.
Whoops. That always does far more damage than I expect it to.
No worries. I've got your back.
I appreciate it. So close. This is your big chance.
Will it be a lady?
Disappear!
That's fine. Nice try, Magneto. Doreen's had enough? Doreen has had enough. God damn. That's mental ripples. Curse work and not being able to play. Damn. Damn, that's the second fucking 19-1? Jesus. You sure you're playing a healer? All right, let's take it back to the lobby. Actually, wait, do we have the same? No, Trevon's new, aren't they? If I click one more round, does it always queue us to the same map, or was that just a coincidence? I think that was just a coincidence, right? It's fine. I'll just do the one more round button again. I dabble. That's the Gambit's one that I haven't played at all, mainly because I don't really have like a whole lot of interest in it. Oh, vampires. Wait.
You'll need a top-notch team to
Is this
win
the
this one.
same map that came out with the Fantastic Four? Is this a different one? And Ultron? I still have no idea how Ultron works as a healer. 2 dips, 1 healer.
You picked the right gal for the job, sugar.
3 dips. I'm the only tank. Come on, sugar. Okay, yeah, this is the one that came out with the Fantastic Four. 3 dips is insane. Yeah, 3 whole dips.
Might as well turn it
30
up.
seconds.
DPS. I know it's DPS. It's just sometimes funny to butcher it, especially when you're butchering acronyms. Is that just glitching out for a second?
You are just organs in a metal shell.
Oh god, they're 2 flyers.
It created you, and I know that drives you crazy.
Sit.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
God.
3, 2, 1.
Don't worry, Herbie. We got you.
Some people are natural heroes.
Is that Hey, Grim. I don't know why I said it like that. That's Ben. Okay. That's fine. Just trying to make sure I stay close enough. Okay. Grins, you fucking dork. I can't tell who. Oh, yeah, that is Daredevil. I have no idea what Daredevil does, nor do I have any idea what Blade does.
Keep going.
But I have not seen a single Blade in all the games I've played since he's come out, which is at this point 4. Hey, Bill. Oof. Oof. I'll take that. That's fine. Thank you for the shield. Thank you for the bonus health. Why is my E not going off? Oh, Jesus. He fights vampires and doesn't afraid of anything? Oh, no.
Still got a lot left that's worth fighting for.
Okay.
Bring it in.
Magic, what are you doing, girl? Yeah, we need to... Oh, hello. Jesus, guys. Where did she go? Hello?
Let the devil out!
Well, shit. Just pull me backwards.
Don't you worry, sugar.
I mean, it's not like Spider-Man.
Well, look who's up to no good.
Trying to stay a hassle back here. Oh, I should not have done that so early. Oh, I fucked up. Never mind. I miraculously stayed alive. Oh god, y'all are just getting deleted back here. There goes the Knight. I'm about to die. Yeah, it's fine. Am I still the only tank? Oh no, we got Magneto. Error coded? Gotcha.
Stronger stuff than that.
We need picks, and we're not getting any picks. Do I need to swap to someone else? Okay. There's Daredevil.
I see you.
They got my number.
What? Who was that? What? Oh, it's this gal, isn't it? She just turned invisible on me. Ooh, sorry, Ben. Come on, hit the ground. Okay. Oh, did they just stun me out of there? Holy shit. Because that was not the full animation. Is this not on your brain because I heard you call in this gal? Did I say Vizzy gal?
Down to 30 seconds. Get that vehicle moving again.
Oh, good lord. I have ults. Can I help you? I'm just here to be annoying now.
The final 10 seconds.
You know what? Fuck it. Nope. Well, y'all all died up there, didn't you? Y'all didn't get any picks on those people. So you're just waiting for the next dispatch playthrough? Okay, Sunstar, because you said that, I'm not going to play another dispatch playthrough.
We got company.
In fact, and you know what? I'll just do it in my own free time. Hi, Charlie. I am not going to make it back. We're way too spread out.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
That was, we did not get any picks on people. Bruce Lover. Bruce Lover. Okay. You promised this a romance run? Yeah, but Sunstar keeps antagonizing me and it's pissing me off. That team was a bruiser. It was a pain, but we also weren't getting any picks with how squishy their healers were. Even if the healers were very cute. Even if they were wearing cute little ditzy outfits. Yeah, we're gonna go back to the menu real quick. Because I want to check these things. Oh, and apparently I did some achievements. That one... Burrito. Oh no, it's a chimichanga. More chimichangas. Why is it always me? Because it's always you. Assist. Okay, what are the events? Both of these have an exclamation mark. I have no idea how this works. I have no idea how this works. Comic page? Oh, whoops. Can I not use the gold ones? Unless I get premium. What the fuck is the premium? You. Okay, so I guess I just can't use the gold ones? Guess? Question mark? Okay, this is the one that gives me the costume coin. That's good to know. Cereal's this one. This is the one that I just got a page for. Okay. Achievements. Achievements. You. Okay. Okay. Who was it? Was it M9? You were the one that disconnected, weren't you? 20 squats! Oh, man. Premium's battle pass and level up fast. Ugh. It's always pay extra, pay extra, pay extra. Yeah, but you're not... Oh, you are here. Who are we missing? Grins, Tarhos, Knights. Did the other person leave? Hollow. Hollow, are you done? Are you good for now? Are you bowing out? Monsieur Hydra? Monsieur? Bonsoir. 20 squats. All right, we'll do the 20 squats. We'll see if there's anybody else that wants to join. If there's anybody in chat that wants to join, let me know that you're going to try to send an invite, a friend request, or an invite, or whatever it is. Just because if I don't say it, I'm just going to, if I don't know who you are, I'm just going to deny it. All right, let's do the squats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. All right. Are you winning? We're 2 for 3. Or yeah, it's 2-1 right now. 2 wins, 1 loss. No, we did. We did 3 matches and then just came back to the menu. Because I knew somebody had messed up and I wanted to go check like all the awards and stuff. The lobby is the best part. I mean, look at Storm. Sick mohawk. No cape. The one skin she gets that doesn't have a cape. 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 It's all capes. No capes. No fucking capes. I do want to get at some point. I like Hella, but this is like her only one that doesn't have a cape. I can't skip the animation. I'm fine with the long dress. I'm just so fucking tired of capes. I hate capes. Oh, and of course having like the world's most obnoxious fucking headdress. Headshot city, if you will. It's all capes. It's all capes. Even this like snake-headed one. Why did they make her hair stick up? I'm only decent at Groot. Oh man. Model secret toggle cape? No capes. No fucking capes. But yeah, like this is one of the only skins that I kind of want to get right now. I think I would like a skin for like one of these two. For either Phoenix or for Rogue, but right now I don't really like the current skins. That's for you, chat. That's for you. That was weird. Hold on a second. Okay, now it's working. She wrestles a dinosaur to the ground. Rogue can take down fucking anything. I think people sometimes forget that aside from her being able to take other mutant powers, she has super strength and she can fly on her own. That's shit that she has base for some reason. But I do think it's funny that to make her like a viable tank in this game, they had to give her the fact that she apparently just like sucks chromium when she's not fighting. So like her powers are like chromium based. And then kind of sort of her like absorb power type stuff. It's why the quote good characters have an abysmal win rate. What do you mean? She Don-Gon absorbed Captain Marvel? I mean, she's absorbed people like across the Marvel universe. There's points where she's Hulk. Where she absorbs Hulk's power. Both She-Hulk and regular Hulk. And has had them ever since. Oh. Some sort of cyberpunk lewd shit? No, it's chromium. The like time energy metal thing. Which is why, like, let me see, did I change my homepage? No, my homepage is them having a picnic. There's one somewhere where it's like, it's Rogue having her hands on what looks like a box. And she's, oh, he has a D20. I can't click the D20 and that upsets me greatly. Why do you hate capes? Because they're a useless thing unless it's raining. Capes and cloaks are only necessary when it's raining, otherwise they just get in the fucking way. There is no reason for a superhero who needs to be able to move and like fight basically, needs a massive fucking cape. Storm. Storm does not need a cape except for the sheer fact that she thinks it's elegant. Honestly though, this is a really sick skin. I do like Storm. That's good shit. Even if I hate the cape. I do hate the cape. But the armor's fucking sick. Symbiote Storm's pretty cool too. That's some classic fucking hair. But I can't think of anybody else that has capes. If you have the battle pass, I don't have the battle pass. I do not own the battle pass. But I think that's it in terms of people that like I actually play that has capes that I would rather them not have capes. I mean, I do still want I do want Lady Loki. I do like Lady Loki. Even though she has a cape. I do hope at some point we get the gender ambiguous Loki from one of the comic book series. I forget what the name of that particular series is, but there's a whole one where it's basically the lead up to Loki, God of Stories. And it's really cool because it has like a lot of like Loki grappling with who they are as a person. And at the same time confusing some random human girl that he keeps messing with. Being like, I'm always me. Even though he keeps showing up as like looking like somebody else. I think even one point he turns into a fly. But yeah, hands down, best Loki skin. Best Loki skin. I'd play Loki if I had this one. But I don't have it, therefore I don't play Loki. Oh yeah, that's also the same thing that happens in the comics. It's very funny. And it's always funny too, because in that comic series, they run into Thor a couple times. And every time, Thor doesn't miss. Thor is just like on the fucking ball and catches it as being Loki every single time. It's so funny too, how seamless it is when it comes to Thor. Good shit. But yeah, I don't think there's anybody else that really has a cape. Oh, Moon Knight. I mean, Moon Knight's always had like a cowl kind of thing, and I guess he's always had a cape. I still don't like it. Mech? From What If? What? What do you mean, Moon Knight mech? Oh my god, it doesn't have a cape. Oh my god, it doesn't have a cape. Hell yeah, no cape. Best skin. Cape. 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 Oh god, if this one didn't have a cape, oh, I would have bought it. I probably would have bought it a long time ago. Cape. Cape! This one's best because it has no cape. This one's the best because it has no cape. Well, he's also not schizophrenic. Personality disorder. That's it. Anybody else? No, I think it's everyone. All right. Sorry for holding everyone else up. Everybody else ready? DID, yes. Dissociative identity disorder. You did saw dance. Oh, the Disco Thor. I've seen Disco Thor. I think the best way to see him is here. He does the where is it? Okay, no, I think it's his. There it is. Saturday Night Fever, anyone? Oh, wait, no, that was the dance I was looking for. Ooh. No, it wasn't this one. There's a video somewhere of this model doing the, maybe it was this one. I think I'm misremembering a dance move that I thought I saw before. Either way, good skin. Good skin. Are there any characters you want to see? Miss Marvel. Not Captain Marvel, Miss Marvel. I don't know how they'll do it. And I hope to God they don't do it with fucking the TV series Miss Marvel. But, hold on, what is this? Goober, chat, do a hype train. Level 5 hype train and I explode the internet. Grins, you fucking dweeb. Fucking nerd. Grins is my own personal, like, bin 10. Miss Marvel, Mr. Fantastic skin? I mean, they're both technically metamorphs, but, like, her thing is more the embiggen power. Huh? Personal bin 10. Yeah, it's the, we have the same, like, goobery relationship as, like, original bin 10 series. Gwen and Ben. Which I will never understand why cousins have such similar names. The one where you're such a dweeb. Was it dweeb? Was dweeb the word that she used, or was it something else? Shit, it's been so long since I've seen that. Yeah, she's a metamorph, but she also like makes her fists bigger. And then of course there's the embiggen power, and then there's her mutant power, which is kind of like energy projection. Which is the one that they fucking ripped out of the point where she awakens not just as an inhuman, but as a mutant, and then turned it into the TV series. But instead of making it so that she was a mutant or an inhuman at all in the TV series, she's given these magic rings that are apparently family hand-me-downs, which completely deletes the whole point of her having to fight with her inhuman powers, not being able to control them. All the shenanigans that comes with that. Her having a both trusting and really hardcore conservative Muslim family. And that's all just gone. It's all gone. It's not in the TV series. And it pisses me off. They butchered everything that made Miss Marvel fucking good. And then they got mad when nobody watched it. Hi, Drathy. How are you doing? Also, what is this? Oh, this is the holiday thing. Oh, I haven't got to play a single duelist. That's a 10 double KOs. Jesus. Okay. What are these? Seems like these just auto-complete. Oh, right. These are for the battle pass, aren't they? I'm supposed to spin these on the battle pass. Here. Next. Give me that. Oh shit, we're about to have the ad break in 5 minutes? Oh no. Oh no. All right. Give me Green Goblin Rivals. I want to fly around cackling like a maniac because they chuck pumpkin bombs. Coward. Leave me alone. You make me sick. Norman's on sabbatical, baby. Miss Marvel, Yonzu, Cable, wasn't Hitmonkey one of the like fake, was it like one of the fake releases? Like Stature Wasp? The thing is, they also wanted to make her live action, which is a pain, because if you want to make Miss Marvel actual Miss Marvel, that's going to be an expensive budget. And they didn't want to spend that budget. They never want to spend that budget anymore. Like, their TV series are as low budget as it gets. What's even worse is they keep fucking making series that are basically just, all right, guys, if you want to see the next movie, you better watch this half-ass TV series that we made. Me watching fucking Multiverse of Madness. What the fuck do you mean this is a direct sequel to WandaVision? I'm not watching WandaVision. The Scarlet Witch sucks as a character because y'all are half-assing her. The mouse keeps a tight lock on the budget. A fake leak, I think, but the devs did say they really want to put him in. It would be interesting, but I don't think Hitmonkey's gonna make it in before a lot of other characters. Think of it self-care. I've heard it's good by the standards of Marvel TV series, which, with Miss Marvel and some of the other things, is not great. The What If series, though, I've heard is fantastic. Fantastic, but that's because it's animated. They want to do live action stuff, but they half-assed the budgets on things that are supposed to be like fantastical and awe-inspiring. So then you just get these like really fucking lame, half-assed CGI fights. Like when I watched Multiverse of Madness, the first fight you get where he fights the giant monsters after he jumps out of the party looked terrible. It looked fucking awful. Fucking not Starro, but literally one of the demons that comes into the city is the eyeball tentacle guy that shows up in Marvel vs. Capcom. I mean, she's absolutely unhinged in, yeah, Shumagura, thank you. He was the one that I used to play whenever I would play the Marvel vs. Capcom arcade game. I liked him. He was very cool. But yeah, he was just there basically as an Easter egg as one of the demons that got their shit rocked. Vel'Koz basically is Vel'Koz. You're not wrong. But this isn't League of Legends. All right, chat. We got 2 minutes, but I'm going to start the ad break early just so that we don't have it in the middle of the game. And I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'm sorry for those of you in the lobby that are waiting on me, especially because we lost another person, which was Grins. But I don't know if Grins went live. So if Grins was live and he was waiting on me this whole time, I feel really fucking mad. It's something. I'm sorry for making you wait, Grins. All right, let's go ahead. We'll do the ad break. I'll give you words on stream. Sunstar is not in charge. And I will see y'all in a couple minutes because I'm going to go take a piss. And get my laundry out of the dryer because I think it's done now. All right, kids. All right, anybody else want to join? We got a bunch of slots now, because I like to lollygag and yap. All right. What do we... Music down a little bit. Okay, okay. Uh-oh. Are y'all gonna fail on the... Hanks! Hanks? The fuck does that mean? I mean... Hanks. God damn it, Axio! Literally the second I typed it. Crazy. TA. Oh, no, that is task. TA something. What is between N and S? I don't think Tash is a word. Yeah, it's not. How's the move gone? Not at all. It has not gone at fucking all. And it's getting annoying. Seems to be the one game Sunstar can't cheat at. I mean, are you saying can't cheat as in comparison to the fishing game? Okay. All right, we good? Anybody want to join? Anybody? We still have 3 more slots. We're down to only 1-ish person. Why did it post that 3 times? What the fuck? She hasn't moved yet. Aw, damn, she hasn't moved yet. Aw, damn, she hasn't moved yet. Reinstalling now, currently at 3%. Oh no. It's a 90 gigabyte game. Stop, 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 stop. I'll tell you anything. Okay. Coordinates in the picture guessing game or one Sunstar doesn't play like either. Coordinates. The like emote one? I don't like that one either, I'm not gonna lie. I don't like that one either. Alright, so nobody else that wants to join right now, correct? That's such a weird way for like poor service. Drathy. Drathy, are you level 63 and still haven't selected a nameplate? 63 with the default nameplate. That's next level, my dude. That's next level. The one where they move and have to guess their place, the geolocation. I know the one you're talking about. I've actually wanted to play that before. It looks like fun. I like doing geo stuff. It's about sending a message. What do you mean it's about sending a message? It gives weird smurf for some reason. That's what it's called? Oh, okay. The one you're talking about where it's like a sonar that goes around and it like shows the moving icons or emotes and you have to like guess with the coordinates. The one that like if you have so much as a slight delay in stream, it's basically impossible. Insane, didn't you just come in today? I was gonna say, you just came in today. I don't think you even follow. Yeah, you don't follow. I'm sorry, buddy. You gotta be here just a little bit longer. You gotta be here just a little bit longer. Watch, see if you can get that rando dude that's really good to play against Marin. What do you mean? What do you mean rando dude to play against me? Everybody's better than me. I'm swinging sticks with characters I've barely played. All right, are we good? Everybody ready? No one else. No other regulars that want to join. I'm not in it for the swag. I'm in it for the toxicity. Oh no. Oh no. All right. If that's what we're going with. If you say so, sugar. Pointed chat is not following hang out with Carnival. Shame on you. Listen. Okay, I don't know this map at all. This is the downside of not play Doom. Future Doom. Uh-oh.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Okay. Deadpool. Deadpool. Damblage. Damblage, Deadpool. One healer. Giraffe going tonk. Do I get to play Phoenix? I want to play Phoenix. I want to play Phoenix. I want to figure out how the fuck Phoenix works. This will be totally fine and won't backfire, because isn't she hit scanned? Hello, what the fuck are you? Your face is weird, little dude. Wait, checkerboard?
30 seconds before you
That's not an option in the cosmetics tab. I'm upset. Is this the control point app?
To wear your helmet in the next match.
What do you think?
I think you are a bothersome fool who treats the fate of the universe as if it's nothing more than a joke.
Yeesh, what made you so grumpy?
Also, it's sexy outfit Magneto. Look at that slut with his shoulders out.
4, 3, 2.
Oh, I know where Krakoa is. I just don't know what this map functions like.
Mission area. Got it?
Sounds easy. Which means it's
Can I hit these guys?
right.
Nope.
You're about to find out.
No, I cannot. Okay.
Random scat. Scattity scat. Random
Hello.
Bidabadoo. It's random.
I've been playing a melee character all day, so this is gonna probably be a little weird. Ow.
It looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. The mission area is yours.
Okay, so she's not a perfect kickstand.
Battle isn't over yet.
Hi.
Turning up the heat.
Oh, okay. I thought somebody was behind us for a second. Oh! The rogue circle being sideways. Oh! Listen, I'm fine with staying on the point.
Well, look who's up to
Oh, you want to know something I never tested?
Cosmic Flame.
Check this out, because I won't.
Cause I won't.
Sure.
His buds, his offspring? Gotcha.
Hey, Dee! Enjoy the amplifier! No one heard broke on my watch!
Hey, did you still get revived, Rogue? Or no? Was it too far?
Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
Oh.
They got Magneto? We are so...
Jesus. Oh, hi, Rockets.
Control lost.
Yeah, y'all are getting a little too far away.
Burns once more.
They should not have gotten that capture.
Damn, I fucking did that, dude, bro.
Taking it all.
Is that a child? Alright, this is the downside that I don't remember at all what her ult does.
I am ready to put on a show. Cosmic Flame. You are nothing.
Fuck you, Deadpool. Sorry. And I only got one person. That's my own bad. Hello? Bad touch. Bad touch. Get the healers, guys. Come on. Oh god, they have 3 healers. I just realized that. Okay, I need a different plan.
That's 3. Their team's capture progress
That's fine.
is past the halfway point.
That's fine.
Wait a minute. They have fucking whoa, bro. They got a lot of healers, and I just realized that.
That is the child.
Those guys are bats here. Hey, I want to
That's better.
Those bigots don't grow on trees, you know.
They've almost got it.
Hey, Dee, enjoy the amplifier.
Disappearing.
Oh my god, come on!
Disappearing.
A commendable effort.
Wait, they have 4 healers? One down.
Disappearing. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
They're on it. What the fuck? Who the fuck is that? Is that Loki? Is that a Loki skin? Is he a Skrull?
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
It's Magneto and 5 healers, isn't it? Oh no, that was the Adam Warlock.
Goodbye. Control seized.
Okay. Why are you telling me you sneezed, Kelvin?
Disappear.
Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
Chaos control.
Magneto!
Goodbye.
Stick it, stick it, stick it, stick it! Oh, 1? 1? How did I only get 1? Oh, they line of sighted with fucking Invisiviches. Fucking shields.
Same mistakes again. Control lost.
That's kind of impressive, I'm not gonna lie.
You got this. You got this. Touch, touch, touch.
Nope, pushed right out. Pushed right out. Blesses you.
We have one more healer. Because they have 4. I don't know, man.
To be a witch to find
We need picks is what we need.
But it does help.
Which... I don't think going Black Widow is a good idea.
30 seconds before you attack.
I'll just try much harder to focus on the healers instead of Magneto.
Always a joy to come back to the homeland of my people.
Fucking Deadpool.
The occult threats to this world on
It's the middle of the day on a Wednesday. Oh, true.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Sounds easy. Which means
Okay.
not, right?
You're about to find out.
Wait, Deadpool talks to Galactica? Wait a second. That's fucking hilarious. Oh, it's the council table. They're doing the same thing again. Oh, it's Deadpool. Okay, well, it's not healer Deadpool.
Then you better stop talking and start fighting. Cosmic Flame.
That was not at all where it was pointed, but okay.
The mission area is yours.
Does that mean
Can this wall come down?
decorating it now?
Is this wall indestructible? Does not seem to be.
Isn't over yet.
What are you aiming at?
Psychic shift.
I literally cannot outdamage these fucking healers.
I'm trying to help.
I'm wondering if I need to go somebody that can dive. The thing is, I'm not nearly good enough for...
You are nothing.
Seriously? She doesn't deal enough damage to one-shot somebody? Ugh. She doesn't even deal enough damage to one-shot a healer? Does it burn? Is that the expectation? Is that they're supposed to burn? Could I Hella? Ugh. Fuck it. Fuck it.
I've watched entire realities consumed by chaos. I won't let that happen again.
I'm pretty sure they also reduced the time on that invis.
Come on, let me heal you.
That is too much stuff going on.
That's better.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
One healer down. Jesus, my guy. You're the sinner, you're the heathen, I'm the fool. Anyway.
I won't make the same mistakes again.
Jesus, is my guy you right?
Look who's here.
This is real firepower!
Your amplifier. And so shall you.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Embrace the chaos.
That's good enough. That works. That works. That's something.
Control C.
Jesus.
Even small victories are worth celebrating.
Looky here!
Half of the mission area. Keep going.
Waiting for Marvel Rivals to all the time it's done to be like, all right, let's fun, let's end. Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Who knows? There's no telling.
Now I see them. Over here. I can heal
Feeling
you.
stronger already.
I forget, is there a button that shows you destructible terrain?
A disappearing.
Anyone willing to help?
Incoming.
Glory is almost yours.
A disappearing.
Spanish my butts! They're behind us!
Chaos.
What are you aiming at?
Co-op time.
Give it never fall!
Shields up.
Hope I make the cut!
Okay. Go down, damn it!
Keep fighting.
Why won't you die?
Put on a show.
What is up with your shields too, my guy? Get the fucking gambit. Jesus. Nope, I'm down. Stop pounding on the Deadpool and Magneto and kill the healers!
Mike, we cannot let them claim victory.
Well, at least I have ult if I get back over there. I am not going to get back over there. That's game.
Now, a disappearing act.
Oh, come on, Venom. Come on. Trying to hold it as close as I can. Oh, frozen. Of course. Of course. Get that gambit. Get that gambit. Where did that health come from? Ugh. Streamer hates mid pounding. I mean, they're running the most annoying comp. Okay, that was kind of cool. Wait, he got fucking Cerebro? Oh no. Oh no, that's the Ultron fucking win con, is he steals Cerebro? Ugh. That was horrible. Comp competitive pounding on the Deadpool and Magneto? No, we aren't doing comp. That's how we get the cyber map. Cyber map. Cyber map? Also, hold on, let me go check a thing. Where is Phoenix? Abilities, ults. Devastating damage to enemies while creating a shockwave that destroys enemies. Summon shields and any bonus health. Okay. And then it teleports her back to where she cast it from. You are nothing. Does she heal? Oh, she does. She does heal after it. Okay. Interesting. Heal over time to self. Okay. I promise it's gonna take that long. I'm only doing the couple that I got right now. No. Oh, I just still have one more. Separate health bar like Hella's? No, but it looked like she got her health back after using it. She like took the shots down to like 35 health, and then when she teleported back, she got all the health back. Or did I miss it? Or was that the video resetting? Oh well, who cares? Anybody else? Are we good? Is it just the four of us again? Are we good? Are we doing anything else? Do we need anybody else? You're in here dropping, you goofball. Me, I'm dropping it. Yes, that is in fact you dropping. The fucking arrow. Me, Gerati. Gerati? Gerati. Baba is the Baba.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Deadpool Storm. Iceman Boy Toy. Oh no. Oh no, Marvel, you can't ever add Iceman here. Tonk? Tonk?
You picked the right gal for the job, sugar.
Tonk. Tonk. Who's? What do you mean by that? I is me. Me is I.
Friends call me Anna Marie. You 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I don't even remember her friends calling her Anna Marie.
Your recent journey with Gambit was enjoyable.
It was our honeymoon, Eric. So, yeah, that's a mild way of describing it.
I have no desire for sordid details. I simply wish to know that you are still content with your decision.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Are we not going to talk about the age difference between Rogue and Magneto?
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
I feel like that's one thing that always just kind of gets like scraped over.
You're about to find out.
To the point. No.
That perked me up.
Oh, hi. Can I help you? Jesus.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
I'm in pain. Please send help. Give bubble. Give bubble, please.
Shut it! The battle isn't over yet!
Hi, guys.
I will always lend a hand.
Why are you so close to the ground?
Well, that's better.
What song is this?
And on.
Doing your banter? Oh, no. Hi, Rose. Get back over here, bitch. I'm in pain. I'm in pain. I'm in pain. I went too far. That's my own fault. Of course, there was an onk right on my buns. Go, Dorothy, go!
Rid of me so easy.
Hi, Dimple.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. We defend what's ours.
Oh, no. Dorothy sacrificed himself for that one. Ah, shit.
Control lost.
Take this loser out, would ya?
Time for a huddle.
I was gonna say, that's at this point, though, self-sacrificing Jeff, it was a bad idea, Dorothy. If you can, if the people that you have in your mouth, you know, can't, like, fly their way back up, just spit them out.
Moon Knight faced an Ankh here.
Like, kill that fucking onk. Give me that. Oh, shit. Guys, get that gambit. Come on.
Capture progress has passed the halfway point.
4 people on me, and nobody can help pick. Was everyone dead? Everyone was dead, wasn't they? Weren't they?
If you're close enough to hear me say this, I can't.
Vor? No, shut the fuck up, Sunstar. What the fuck was that splash?
And it also means you're probably dead.
Wins in your favor, Ro. Busted up Moon Knight's Ankh nice and good.
Heads up, loser! Take this
They've
loser out.
almost got it.
Okay.
Hurts me up.
Oh, yeah, that's the good stuff.
Let's do that again.
Never fall!
Get this fucking Star-Lord. God damn.
You'll have to keep fighting until you have a winner. Double kill. That's 3.
Okay.
Control C's. Wow.
Get your shit out of here. I catch another one of these fucking things around here again. Holds up, onk. I'm gonna demolish you.
Take this loser out, would ya?
Enemy in front
Time
of
for a
us.
huddle.
Let's end this quick.
Not start going around corners, guys. Especially if you're Storm. Oh, hi. Uh-oh. Bad touch, bad touch. Ah. I don't know why Storm thought that she could push forward. Who is Storm? Oh, that's right. Iceman Boy Toy.
Still got a lot left that's worth fighting for.
Cancer ends up having a clean face in the first time in decades. I think I do remember that in the comics. Doesn't he like freak out and start like touching his face and stuff? Of all our banned words? I don't think we have banned words.
Friends call me Anna Marie. You can call me.
I don't think we have banned words. Groot? And the symbiote sludge pile
30
thing.
seconds before you attack.
Oh, this is the same thing. Okay.
Stand back, Anna Marie.
Is bad touch bad touch?
Remy Etienne LeBeau. Just cause we're married now, don't mean you gotta protect me. I can handle myself.
Oui, je sais. I just can't imagine losing you, Cher.
Oh. Oh.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Sounds easy.
Listen, Rogue may have 4 dashes, but other than that, she kind of just prances.
Find out.
Well, if you can count whatever Rogue does when she runs as prancing. Can I help you?
Simba. It's the artist formerly known as Moon. I see that.
Artist formerly known as Moon Knight. Listen, we can reverse stuff all day, Rogue.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
God damn it. Of course.
Double KO. They captured the mission area.
I don't have a better idea of who to play.
Uh-huh. Sure you do.
Unless somebody else wants to go tank.
Happy to help.
That's my man.
I will always lend a hand.
Step 1, get rid of the Rose Healer. Did you just...
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point. Control C.
Okay. What is this fucking on? How did I whiff that one? Ugh.
Double KO. Control lost.
Miss no band words.
Ain't getting rid of me so easy.
Yeah, they're cute. I just... Y'all need to wait and grab up!
Pull out fancy.
The moon haunts you.
Emma's down.
Where the fuck did I just go? I didn't move my mouse and somehow got pulled to 180. I was looking at the door and then suddenly I was looking at the opposite wall. Can I help you? Can at least try. Yeah, never mind. We can run out of time. You wouldn't tank Deadpool? I couldn't even tell. I couldn't even tell.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
It's too late. I didn't notice. Yeah, of course the rogue was. She had dual pocket healers. Oh wait, that was actually kind of cool. I didn't realize they did that because I kept skipping that little score screen. Two pockets? You fucking goof. Oh, actually, she... Oh, whoops. Not what I wanted. Not what I wanted. Why can't I exit? Thank you. You never saw it coming, Persona reference? Anyway. Well done. Wait, what were their other healers? One was Sue Storm. What was the other healer? Jeff was our team. Jeff was Jirafi.
Hero or villain, I'm not.
What's their other healer? I didn't check. It doesn't help that there's like 3 fucking healers that are all just blonde and blue. Damage, damage, tank, tank. Okay.
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
Oh wait, gotta begin the anti-Sona arc? The what? The what? Cloak Adam. Does Adam have a... Well, Luna doesn't have blonde hair.
We didn't ask to be heroes.
Well, in most skins.
We
At least in her
always
default
answer the
skin.
call.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
So, you commune with
Mean girl persona.
once in a blue moon, right, Doc?
On occasion, but to serve as one's avatar must be exhausting.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't comment. Khonshu is always listening.
Perhaps
Fuck is, oh.
Battle starts in
I was like, where the fuck is Moon Knight?
3,
Where's the Moon Knight? Oh.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Oh.
All right, somebody tell me this isn't some kid's birthday party again.
Oh, goodness. There's a chance it could be back? Yeah, probably not. That fucking nest.
Little spiders.
Gabagoo.
Feeling fantastic.
I'm trying. You're going the wrong way. You went away from me.
Faster now.
Clearly you needed some help.
They captured the mission area.
Clear the way.
I have not seen so many spiders since. Never mind.
Woo! What did I just get pulled in by?
Anyone willing to help?
Oh, never mind. That answers the question. That answers the question.
I won't disappear so easily.
Hmm.
Such curious little spiders.
It's spider time!
A little help, please.
Jesus.
That's much better.
Oh, hi. Jesus fucking Christ. Am I lagging? I feel like fucking Daredevil just appeared in front of me. Just materialized like that one meme, which doo-doo-doo-doo. Where are you looking? Oh, it's Iron Man being way too fucking far. I'm trying. He's still coming after me.
I'll fight for my family until the end.
Yeah.
That put a spring in my step?
Leave them to Khonshu! Let the devil out!
Keep fighting until we have a winner.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee.
Okay.
That feels better.
I'll get there eventually. Then you'll have an old pro who hasn't played since Emma was the hot new thing. That's how long it's been since I haven't played. So like 90% of the time, I have no idea what fucking Daredevil's doing.
Comes first.
Other than fucking pushing my shit in. Or why people are still playing Iron Man.
30 seconds before you attack. Get
What
ready.
the fuck is that name? more.
Your onks are maddening.
Not my onks. Con shoes.
Even so, maddening.
If I'm on your side, isn't that what you want?
They're complaining about his onks? Listen, I'll complain about his onks every goddamn day. Goodness, every goddamn day.
Battle starts in 5, 4,
Need to make dinner? Gotcha, M. Night.
2, 1.
That is totally fine.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Spectre. I'm Stephen Grant. I'm Jake Lockley. And we are Moon Knight.
Okay. Hello. Hello.
Look like they mean business.
Good medicine.
Psionic surge. It's Spider
He wants my fucking hands.
Mission area is yours to capture now.
I unleash the
Ball.
Vishanti's power.
Die, goddamn it.
Psionic burst.
Okay, that was fine. Like, sort of worked out. Somehow.
Advantage
You sounds like strats. Yeah, strats. Strats are how you win. Get rid of that shit. We don't need balconies where we're going. Catch, 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 catch.
That's much better.
Ow, pain. Wait, how does he? Oh, that's right. He can still see me, can he? He can always see me, can he? I was gonna say, even when I'm invisible, he can. Fucking Daredevil can still see me, can he? Is that how he works? That feels like how he should work,
I won't disappear so easily.
right? Come in, Venom. Why are you so far back, though, Venom?
Fantastic!
Feeling fantastic.
That's better.
Disappear! Psionic burst.
How did that work? How did I get those?
Chance, right?
That hit the spot.
Control seized.
Okay. Just murder and win. Not that hard. Just get good, loser.
Captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Venom, why are you all the way over there?
Everyone, together.
Need some repairs. Fast.
Why are you all the way up there?
A little help, please.
Scarlet Witch.
That put a spring in my step. I am strengthened.
Wait. I would like to leave. Bad touch. Yeah, I was not getting out of the double Mr. Fantastic Daredevil on my hands. Oh,
It's clear I'm
it's fine.
Control lost.
There, ahead. I found them.
Things aren't up for a second.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Needed that, thanks.
That put a spring in my step.
Hello.
fantastic.
Ooh-wee. That hit the spot.
Never mind.
Trying to break out that last part of the wall, but that didn't go well. Trying to heal, trying to heal, trying to heal. That's fine. That's not so fine. Trying to keep you up. Didn't last. Wait, that Scarlet Witch is still alive? Are you serious? God damn it.
I got you covered.
You're doing so much crack, you're being nice again. She's gonna make your head mod again if this rants. I didn't even take his hammer. Also, Sunstar is not being nice. Sunstar hasn't said a nice thing this entire stream. Did I? I'm sorry. They haven't said a single fucking nice thing this entire stream. What skin is that? I have not seen that, the Scarlet Witch skin. Have a good night and nights. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for playing. Again, I can't do anything with these rare acorns because apparently you have to buy the fucking battle pass to use them, which is insane. Classic Witch? Okay, that makes sense. I would say that explains the like very much M that was on it. Okay, hold on a second. Bichons? Chimichangas? Oh, right. Bonk. Okay. It looks like there wasn't anything else. Okay. All right, there wasn't anything for heroes? I guess. Do we need a Merit Appreciation Day now? No, I'm just gonna keep bashing you on the head until you start being nice. Is that gonna happen anytime soon, Sunstar? Live Sunstar presents Marin with a 100-slide PowerPoint presentation on Merit Appreciation Day. Would you actually put in that much work? Would you? Be honest, Sunstar. Because we're being nice? Time to board the Jeff Express. Did you finish downloading Magpie? Burns the projector? Well, shit, I guess we can't do the presentation now. All right, does that mean you're ready to join Magpie? Did you finish downloading? Bad fire creature? There's only so many words before they start repeating. Sorry if y'all heard that belch straight into your fucking ear. Give me a minute. Do you need a moment? Do you need a second? All right, that's fine. Let me go check a thing. Okay. Okay. Belt straight to your fucking ear and new schmansley video. What the fuck? I don't even use my schmansley. It barely exists. Fries the electrical work of the projector? What the fuck, dude? All right. What's some other topics that we missed the chance? The other murder? I doubt we want to talk about the other ice murder. New condo, first time living by myself. Unfort, I got furloughed the Friday before Xmas. Ooh. I'm so sorry, Gujarati. The amount of rage that would be in my soul if I like moved out to live on my own and then almost immediately lost my job. Ooh. Ooh, I don't know if I'd go postal, but I'd sure as hell be fucking close. Ooh. Gotta get the super secret VIP only nude model base streams in the blue places. The only thing is, the fucking, the rigger who made this, Ren, he got rid of the nude base. There's nothing underneath the clothes. It's all gone. He got rid of it saying it was unnecessary. So I paid for the nude base for nothing. Plus, I'm not exactly satisfied with the body shape of this model. I'm not exactly pleased with the body shape of this model. I feel like the legs are way too long. And the stomach is not the way I wanted it to be. A better base for 2.0? The summer outfit will basically be a remodel, if that makes sense. Finish installing loading game now. Okay, so are we grabbing both Kelvin and Magpie? Hi, Akon, how are you doing? Around the ordain. All right, you're in? My name's the same on everything, so if you send the like request to group, I can accept you into it. We need merry-go-round art to replace the nude base in our hearts. Oh, good lord. I don't think there's anybody here that does the nudie art. Like, I don't think Halo or Broth are here right now. Those are usually the two that swing through here. Or Keyshawn, but I haven't seen Keyshawn in a little bit. To get an Eldritch toggle for the new model. The thing is, those kind of toggles is basically an entire new model hiding underneath the main one. And it is, one, computer intensive, and two, expensive. You see, I did. Her name's Silver. Okay. We need to talk about Deadlock. One, why the fuck did they spoil every single character and then put it behind a fucking lottery in the order that they're going to release it? And then they made it so that you get extra votes on the lottery by playing the game so much, which means, and I can almost guarantee you this is what happens, out of the 5 or 6 characters that were there, how the bloody fuck did the tiny sleepy Griffin get to be the first character released? I'm calling hard bullshit. Between Graves, Silver, and like Apollo, fucking literally every other character was so much cooler than Rem, and somehow Rem gets released first. That just screams to me that somebody who really wanted Rem either played the game a whole lot or botted it. No, it checks out. People have been going ballistic for Rim for a long time. I didn't see a single person. I saw people losing their mind over Silver. Deadlock. Hi, Vapor. Magpie, are you gonna request an invite? That's what I'm waiting on. Even though we're also about to have an ad break. All right, sending a request. 7, it's a baby. Oh, good lord. Oh, it's recent players. I'm an idiot. Meg Microraptor. Cute. Cute. Okay. To gauge reaction, Rim was like ahead by 15% on all votes. How? I was looking at like the like hashtag Deadlock all across Blue Sky and Twitter. Fucking nobody was talking about him. Nobody. It was Silver and it was Graves. Hold on, let me check the other thing. Let me check the banner real quick. The one I'm excited for, weirdly enough, is Celeste. She is a carnival stage magician with fucking tattoos, and I love her. Except for the fact that she's very obviously a fucking unicorn. Blue Sky mentioned, oh, somebody just shoot Centaur in the face for me. It's if she was something, if she was like a nightmare or something, I would say they made her for me. But no, because the one that I really like the most, I think, is Graves. Yeah, I did. Yeah, the Twitch stream's still going. Hates Unicorn Noden. I just all right, we ready to go? Are we good to go? Am I gonna get carried this time? Because now we have 2 60s and a 50. Marin's tried of the Sunstar. One more time. One more time, Sunstar. You get one more try. Criminate low amount of fans, and I'm pretty sure the community would be open to the idea of voting to keep Apollo out. Wait, why? Why keep Apollo out of the game? He's a fencer. He looks cool. He's a demon fencer. What's not to love about that? He's a twink demon fencer. I can't believe my career is over. Would you like to try again? I'm kind of on and off this. Right now, I've been playing a lot of Rogue. I'm not crazy good at her. Like all Yasuo mains? Isn't that what Yamamoto's for? Tired, had it at first, corrected to the incorrect version. Fucking I'm insane. All right. Are we good? Everybody ready? You gonna eat those twinks? No, because I'm not that good at Deadlock. I need to get better at Deadlock. But I'm not one for playing MOBAs by myself, so I've not been playing nearly as much as I wish I had. Oh. I don't think I've done this map either. Why is there a werewolf change in Central Park? Who's the werewolf change in Central Park?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Okay. Who's playing what? Big Mad Skip. Double healers already. Schmeenix. Schmeenix. Listen, if I need to swap, let me know. I will swap. Oh. Oh, they really are sticking with the eternal night point where Moon Knight's the one who comes to save the day.
I'm still the same old Jean Grey.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Oh. Wait, still loading.
Okay, Jeff, I it's gonna take expert time and perfect precision. No, I'm just messing with you. All you gotta do is swallow everybody whole. Got it?
Is that a werewolf or is that just a wolf? Or is that Ratatosker? It looks like a demonified, like, Ratatosker.
3, 2,
Art thou winning now? No, actually.
you have to stop them from securing the mission area. Wow, fancy seeing
I'd almost forgotten what it was like to have friends by my side.
I'll patch you up.
Oh, Jeff, you poor, sweet creature.
How did I do that? Where's Iron Man? Oh, no, it was just Squirrel Girl lobbing her shit again. Wait, how many tanks do we have? 3 tanks?
You thought you could kill Jean Grey? Please.
Ugh. Okay, we'll stick with this for a little bit. Venom played Despacito. Group up, guys.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Thanks for the boost.
What are you healing from, dude? Seriously. What the fuck? Is that his passive? Does that fool just constantly heal? I want to play the new characters, but shit.
I'm trying to bring a bit of order to the universe.
I also don't know this map, so I have no idea how to get around.
Feeling stronger already.
Better stop that vehicle! Under my foot! There's still a chance to stop them!
Disappearing.
Those guys are about to shoot at us.
Disappear!
Jesus.
They hit a checkpoint! Now might be a good time to stop them.
Your tail ends here.
I'm not gonna get another fly away from him fast enough. Ah, son of a bitch. I didn't want to ult because my health was so low and nobody was there.
Better stop that vehicle!
I won't make the same mistakes again.
It's now or never! Stop them!
Protective shield. Perfect.
Ow! Holy shit! Calvin, help! Oh, bad touch. Bad touch.
Wherever they are, they don't look friendly.
Rest easy now.
Got him.
Father. Goodbye. For now.
Don't give them another inch!
Hi! I'm fine with that. Whoop. What does that do?
You stop them in their tracks!
No, he's playing he's playing Duelist Deadpool. Jesus, that shield. Wait, that was Venom? Watch out for those squirrels.
Rest easy now. You heard me. Father. Feeling stronger already.
Come on, come on. Ah, get on the points.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
I ain't gonna keep trying. Learn that the hard way. Huh? What? Oh, okay. That's the VIP screen. Ooh. Ooh. Didn't like that. Didn't like that. Wow, that was a lot of battle pass. Update everyone except Skin for being a bitch. Hopefully my goddamn shaders finished. Wait, are they still loading? Did we lose? Drawthing? Makes the food. Thank you for the games. Have a good night, Drawthing. I'm sorry we were getting our shit kicked in. That was pure stop motion sludge. Yeah. You may also want to make sure that your settings aren't set to like uncapped. Go check your settings and make sure your frames are not set to uncapped. Wink. What do I do after I run out of the free things to hit? Just nothing? What do these do? Discovered by Reed Richards that can easily change the appearance. Oh, okay. These are for the like color change things. And I can't use the 6 fucking rare acorns I have for these things. $9.90. How much is that? I would have to buy the $10 one. No. Nope. I also looked at the battle pass last night, and there's really nothing here that I like. Like, maybe it's kind of a cool skin, but it has a cape. That's horrible. Even though I do know that's original bucking. Damn. Where your butt cheeks go? But they gave you the bulge. Have you played every character? Nope. Nope. No capes. No capes. Don't care for this Mantis skin because I have the Power Ranger one and it's already cooler. Yeah, regular King of Wakanda. Fucking capes, dude. It's fine, but it's no Rockstar Storm. It's kind of cool, but at the same time, it's not worth getting the battle pass for. Also, hold on a second. Damn. Damn. They really gave her the cute and snooty booty. But yeah, that's like, this is really it. There's nothing in this battle pass I like. Like, I do really like the, oh, what was it? Might as well grab some of these other things while we're waiting. Magpie, let me know when your shaders are done. Who knows what's inside go round changes every Tuesday? What does that mean? What do you mean inside? Still preloading 60%? Gotcha. Oh, I can just grab everything on this page. It'll just guarantee that you'll have a better experience. Again, though, I missed it if you said that you were going to check the settings. Was your stuff still set to uncapped? Really, the Blade one is the free one? Obtain 1,130 more to unlock? So they want you to get enough points to unlock fucking everything on the premium, but they won't give you the other pages until you get enough to have owned everything. You know, it's not the worst skin. It's just, I don't think Blade's very good. Seems frozen at the moment. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, that's actually kind of a funny panel. Oh. Trying to see what here's free. So the Blade skin's free. The Storm skin is free. And that's it. Those are the free skins. That's it. Out of 11 pages, you can get 2 skins unless you buy the battle pass. Although, how much is... Can't you buy the battle pass with some other currency, or is it only premium? Okay, yeah, it's only premium. Genuinely do not care about these skins. Like, I'm fine with having the Miss Misery skin that I have for Invisigirl. Where is it? This one. Is this one? Malice. Malice. There's a free Hella skin on the way. Does it have a cape? Answer the question. Does it have a cape? Punk lady? Who's the punk lady? This is just a bad bitch. This is just a bad bitch. And she's got black sclera, which automatically makes her better than everyone. Step Panda, thank you for the follow. Step Panda 69. What does that mean? Invisigal? Invisible Woman. Sue Storm. Every time you point and laugh when I say Invisigal Sunstar, the dispatch stream goes back a week. We're currently looking at about 6 weeks. It's 6 weeks out. For having white sclera? Correct. Oh yeah, this is the one I was talking about. The very common rider mantis skin. I don't need any other skin. This one's already sick enough. Like you'd have a hard time selling me on literally any other skin. Okay, this one's cute, but it's not better than the common rider. I don't like the Goku hair. This was as good as it gets. I'm just saying. And the MVP. Sick. Sick. I want to see if I can dye my sclera. Can't be that hard, right? Thus far, the only way I know to get black sclera IRL is tattooing your sclera. And it has a very high likelihood, like something like 60%, to result in blindness. Mantises fled? Wait, what? Why is there two? Okay, it's very simple compared to some of the higher ones, but that's actually kind of cool. That ending is very cool. All right. I could be blind, but it would also have cool eyes kind of worth. Yeah, but usually when you go blind, eventually your eyes just gray over. In this procedure. Like, your eyes basically die slowly. Just pay Mirren to play it? Play what? To play Dispatch? Oh, what is this? Oh, I've done all the challenges. Huh. Still don't know what the... Oh, season. Okay. Okay. Oh, these all go to the battle pass. Why does it only say 3 matches? We've done way more than 3 matches. Oh, wait, did that say win? Oh, we got a win. Okay. Okay. Sunstar, if you want to try to pay me to play Dispatch, it's going to be more than you think. Entirely because you got to pay for the window between now and 6 weeks, at least. No Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur? I wonder how that would work. Would it be like a summons character? Would be an interesting character. Again, that's also one of those characters that's like not all that big unless you're like a Disney watcher, right? Also, was my mic turned on? Hold on a second. Have I been talking directly into the game this whole time? Push to talk. Chill day. Okay. That's fine. Voice changer. Okay, that's goofy. Font size. That's better. Okay, we're good. Okay. I don't remember Jeff being the way that he is. What do you mean? I'm trying to get the paychecks back for taking my hammer, shaking my head. Oh, he did? Jeff got a rework. Jeff. Abilities. Joyful Splash. Heals and damages. I haven't seen Okay. Can heal while submerged, gains wall crawl. Bubbles, healing and movement speed. Okay. He seems like I always remember him. He's got so many fucking team ups. Jesus. Also, wait. What? When did... What? Why did they... Why is it Venom, Hella, and Jeff that team up now? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Hurricane incoming.
Oh, right, the Jeff datum. Okay, it's kind of goofy, okay? Oh! Storms of Mega Hurricane. After devouring enemies with its Jeff, enemies will be drawn to the swirling chaos after enduring sustained damage from Jeff for some time. But then it spits them out? Does it deal... It doesn't seem like it deals the storm's damage to the people inside Jeff. Does it? Okay. Severely limited his aqua burst and swim abilities as he was able to just perma survive in the backline and kill supports. Oh, okay. I got you. Did they like limit it? Does it have like limited ammo for the aqua burst and then it the like dive mechanic only lasts a little bit? Enjoy your food. All right. Are we ready? Are we good? Anybody else? Anybody need to take a piss? Are we ready to start? They made me into slang, as it should be. All right. How do I jump on Groot again? I think you gotta be near him and it's E, isn't it? Doesn't it pop up with a button near his shoulder? Celestial Husk. Clintar. We're going to the symbiote homeworlds. Have I been on?
Pick your hero or villain.
What the
I'm
fuck?
not judging.
Jeff the phone. Oh, uh-oh. Magpie's still trying to connect. One tonk, one healer. One dips. I forget who Magpie was playing before. Okay then. Let's do...
30 seconds.
Taurus was playing healer before, so I'll just go tank.
Can't turn off my power, so I might as well turn it up.
I'm happy to see you, dude.
Oh, shit. Alright, Mag got kicked. Mag, you got kicked and then immediately threw somebody else down.
Your place as the #1 breakout star. I won't steal it from you, but I make sure.
Is your internet alright, or is that the... Oh,
4,
you just want to.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission
Is that-
area. Got it?
No, that's not Infrost.
Which means it's probably not, right?
You're about to find out.
God damn it. The fucking Deadpool talking to Galacta. Ooh, pain. We charged each other. Sorry, Jeff.
The mission area is yours to capture now.
Good son. I'll slurp back. I don't care. Am I noticed why this game does not like me?
They captured the mission area. Ain't gonna
They say I got one of their healers.
to win.
We're real struggling against back here.
Sure you do.
This should be easy.
No more worries about spiders.
Well, that's better.
All right, tanks down.
Justice, pure and simple.
You cannot hurt me.
Control C.
That's
Well, fancy seeing you here.
no, that's an Ultron, isn't it?
How disappointing.
Just oh, never mind.
More scum scraped off.
You know what to do, Spider?
Don't get too far in there, guys. Don't get too gung ho. Used to be. I'm pretty sure you could shoot these before, but I guess not.
Oh, let's play a game!
Is that? That was our Deadpool thing. Back up, you guys.
Mind.
There's no reason to be that far in. Oh no, that's the Human Torch. Oh, I whiffed that one. That's my own bad. Whoops, stunned. Good nets. Jesus. I dig Galactus. She seems like a nice lady. That's ignoring the fact that she has the hunger to devour planets. Ignoring the fact that she is the daughter of Galactus and has the exact same hunger that he has. Ooh.
It was either you or me.
Sorry, Eric.
Control seized.
Whoop. Who you shooting at? Jeff, no!
Good work.
Dodge this! Supernova!
Okay.
Well, that's better.
Gotcha, bitch.
Bogey's incoming.
They got Mac.
Again, stop getting up there, guys.
Mary's almost yours.
Ooh, good stun again.
Double KO.
Okay.
Look what you made me do.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Oh, poor Jeff. It was really only you. Doesn't try to eat planets of sentient life. True. You also can't forget the time she got pregnant and doesn't know why she's having horrible cravings.
Better watch out. I'm feeling a little touchy today.
I'm feeling a little touchy today. Huh? Oh, what? What's wrong, sugar?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I like Rogue. Rogue's fun.
Think you're fast enough to stop a high-velocity round aimed straight between your eyes, old-timer?
Why would I have to be?
Typically you would, yes, but
Internal mechanisms are
pushing too far ahead leaves the fucking objective extremely open and the team spread thin.
and perhaps I'll put your toys back together.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
And we're not exactly playing comp.
2, 1. All you need to do is
I know you tried to, it's basically the goal to try to keep them from being able to regroup properly,
You're about to find out.
but we just don't have the, well, maybe we do.
Guess who just
I could be in their business, but I like having my corners to hug. What are you doing up there? Come here. Oh, it wasn't enough. Oh, where did full health come from? Ooh.
That's 3.
Oh, poor girl. Adam! figuring Rogue out. I think I'm figuring Rogue out. I see you over there, Jeff. Watch the fire. Where are you? Ah, there he is. Ooh, bad touch. Ooh, double bad touch. Thank you for the heals. Thank you for the heals. Right into the net. That's fine. Get his ass. He's down.
Born again!
Ooh. Okay, that's the res. That's fine. Pounce, pounce, pounce. Sadly, I did not get him on that. Trying to back up. So, oh Jesus!
Half of the mission area. Keep going.
He fucking chunked that ult so fast. Okay, that was not the timing that I heard on the hit for that. I heard Fear Magni, and then I was dead. Then I was dead. That's fine. I deserve that. I wanted their hams. I wanted their hams just a little too hard. Okay, guys, we're really far away from... A little too far back. Let's try to back it up a little bit. Oh, jeez. I didn't realize how much the speed boosted you. Good lord.
Help. So cold.
It's okay. Take a couple steps back. One healer gone.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Oh, poor girl. Oh, no, it's the torch. Never mind. Fuck the torch. Oh, there's Adam. I like Rogue. Rogue's fun. She's a little hard, but she's fucking fun, dude. Especially considering her, like, uppercut and stuff will, like, pull people down out of the sky. So when you get them with flyers, it's really good. 39 and... Oh, Jesus, guy. Leave some for the rest of us. 39-0-0? That can't be right. Where's the scoreboard? That's insanely stupid. Okay. Imagine Mole Man pops out from the ground. Mole Man? Mole Man? Oh shit, wait, we were supposed to grab... Oh no. Magpie, are you still there? Are you gonna try to rejoin? Oh shit, we should have gone back to the lobby.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Shit. I'm sorry, Magpie. We'll have to grab you after this round. Double melee damage? Ooh. You know what? Yeah, why not?
You picked
All the melee. All the melee. Oh, I think I know the one you're talking. Is he the one that has like the big ass goggles? What's wrong, sugar? You ready to catch these hands? How's Rivals? It's Rivals. Rivals giveth, Rivals taketh.
30 seconds.
I love her jacket though.
Okay, here's the deal, Spider Friends. I need to get to the floating islands to fix the web of life and destiny.
Also, when is Spider-Man gonna get this as a skin? Give me Spider-Zero as a skin. I'll learn Spider-Man. I'll start playing all the melee characters.
My claws. If you need a healing factor.
The battle starts in 5,
Just the guy
4,
to touch.
3,
Thanks.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Ooh.
Which means it's probably not,
Mm.
You're about to find out.
Hello. Hello. Oh, that's a... That's fine. How did that not grab rockets? Oh, come on. Jesus. None of the healers went down. None of the healers went down. Nobody's dealing enough damage to anybody to kill anybody. Rocket's having too easy of a time because we're all grouped up.
Still got a lot left that's worth fighting.
Rocket needs to be the first one to go down. Duck with a stick. And that...
That turfed me up.
Oh, come on!
What are you aiming at?
That's...
If the fight's still going, then
That's Luna. Why is nobody getting headshots on the...
Hope I make the cut.
I'm pretty sure that Widowmaker's just kind of doing whatever she wants up there. Guys. Yeah, she's still in the same spot.
bring it in. Well, that's better.
We are undefeatable!
So emotional.
Can't absorb that damage because my block only reduces damage.
Ain't gonna pass up another chance to win. I take everything!
Deadpool down. Okay, Rocket down.
Rest now.
Where's that Widowmaker?
Plasma? Gotta find that sniper.
Dead is where she goes.
Well, wasn't that precious?
No, I shouldn't have done that. Oh, I fucked up. Cajun Girl beat my ass. I'm getting my shit kicked in. And again, do we still have dual melees? No, we don't. We have it anymore. Okay.
Still got a lot left that's worth fighting for.
I'd be fine switching with someone that's playing DPS right now if they'd rather tank. Because I can work on getting rid of some of these healers.
And just like that, I believe in magic.
Who have we got here?
Really?
Careful,
Damn it.
Help get that vehicle to its
I
destination.
should have eaten instead.
Do you happen to have a map? I'm directionally challenged.
Just stick with your team and you'll be fine. Probably.
Okay. Sorry, Magic. Didn't want to risk it.
So cold.
Uh-oh.
look who's up to no good.
Oh, that was lagging. That was definitely lagging. You don't get to leave, Miss Ma'am. Bad touch. Bad touch. Now give me your hands. I should not have walked closer to her. God damn it. Again, I am the one who just ultimately finds myself next to. There's their rogue's ults. I still got 68%. I'm trying, I'm trying. Oh, I whipped it. I wanted to take her stun.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Ugh. I need something else. Something with range? Oh, we have a Deadpool tank. Ah, fuck it. Now you know how Hulk feels about the leader? The what? Wow, those footsteps are really loud, Miss Ma'am. God damn it. Ugh, come on. Ugh. This isn't working.
Next time I won't go.
Oh, this is Nate Wants to Battle Brands. I was like, I haven't heard this song in so fucking long. Okay.
Get that vehicle moving again. Only 60 seconds left.
Oh, I forgot that it's hold. Wait, what did she just say? Wait, she gets portal? Jesus, that should not have been that close.
Down to 30 seconds.
There's no time left. Attack!
We will get you to Budokan before you know it.
Stands with you.
I'm mildly upset that I did not get them with that.
I was fine. Thank you.
Keep fighting until we have a winner.
Why won't you die? Shit. Why do you say that?
Double KO.
I was having better luck with the rogue. I don't know, usually when somebody says that, it makes me think it's like, did Claude draw something that I don't know of?
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Yeah, that was a terrible match. Warm shawarmas. This isn't the same rogue from before, is it? Wait, after all the rogue games I've had and only level 2 thus far? Jesus. Alright, let me make sure I remember to go back to the lobby. Of us three together with Claude. What? Wait, what art is that? I don't remember having art with Momo. Oh, I'm thinking of Momo plush. Never mind. Never mind. Wait, maybe I'm still not thinking of the right art piece. Send it to me anyway. Okay, and then we need Magpie. Magpie, are you still here? Steam is getting sued again for unfair prices. It's time for being, quote, being a monopoly again. Apparently it's bad that DLC for games on Steam have to be purchased on Steam. Who's suing them? Oh, right. Okay, the crime one. The crime one. I got you. Ooh. There you are. No, it was the crime one. But she knows how to hide a body. I got the shovel. Holy shit, Kelvin has it. Was it Kelvin the one that had the default? No, it wasn't Kelvin that had the default. It was the other high level one, the 50 something one. Which one he used was it? M Night. It was M Night, wasn't it? Sheep go round? Okay, but why? But why? The thing is the people suing Steam for, quote, being a monopoly is not even close to true. It's because Steam's actually good and just feels like a monopoly. And everybody else is fucking ass. Epic Games sucks. Ubisoft Connect sucks dong. I'm trying to think of some of the other ones. There used to be Origin, but I'm pretty sure that's Ubisoft Connect now, isn't it? I'm pretty sure Origin became Ubisoft Connect. What's the one that's usually pretty good for retro games that's sometimes given away? GOG. GOG is all right, but just all right. And that's mainly for its game selection and not so for like its prices or availability or anything like that. And still can't hold a user base? They suck that bad? Yeah. Because they can't get any exclusives away from Steam, so there's no reason to go on Epic unless you want the free games. I do in fact have an affiliate with Epic Games, because some people play things like Fortnite or other games that are kind of exclusive over there. And if you use my code, then we get a little bit of kickback for the carnival. That does mention though, nobody has ever used it. So, you know, DRM free, also yes. It's mainly because I had a bunch of games when I started streaming over on Epic Games, and I kind of liked them because they were exclusives and stuff. But there was not much else for it. And over time, Epic Games has just gotten more and more petty and gross. So, you know. Gonna start playing Fortnite to use code merry-go-rounds? Oh, Jesus. That's for when you're buying skins and stuff, though. So if you're giving Epic Games your money for buying Fortnite skins, that's your prerogative, but also I wouldn't be playing Fortnite. Also, about every time a game is free on Epic, it gets a 200% increase in sales on Steam. Really? I mean, I still yoink the free games on Steam. Oh, speaking of which, not Steam, on Epic Games. That reminds me. Hold on, let me check Epic real quick. It's only gonna take a second, and then we'll get right back into the matches. What is currently free? Is it the Styx games, or did I miss the Styx games? Rustler? What the fuck is Rustler? Rustler, Grand Theft Horse. Okay. Fuck that. Get that shit out of there. I don't. I get all my V-Bucks from Save the World. Is that the PvE version? The one that Fortnite was originally supposed to be about? Hi, Mally. Welcome in. All right, we ready, guys? I'm sorry. What did you just call my hair? Whose hair? Plus, that guy on the emote has a fro. Or are you talking about this one? You talking about the Storm? I mean, she was my favorite for the longest time. She's still probably my favorite character in like all of Marvel. But she feels very lacking to other characters right now. Not the best. Not the best. Because she very easily gets picked off now by characters actually deciding to look at you. Oh no, it's Midtown again.
Come on, let's step into the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival. And please, enjoy the
Diet
show.
Dr. Peepus? No, come back! Come back, Diet Dr. Peepus! Speaking of the Storm, wow, that is a high rank Storm. All right, we'll rouge it up.
Out for the job, sugar.
It works for me, baby. Oh, we did. Oh, nope, he's still disconnected. Why did he disconnect? Brick the new chatter. Get the bricks. Chat, get the new trick out.
If you ain't gonna use those powers, I'll be glad to use them
30
for
seconds.
you.
Also, thank you, Taros, for pairing up with me every time I pick Rogue.
Remember when we were steeds together back in the day, Stormy?
All right, time to execute my trick.
Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great stream.
No, miss.
How was your stream? How was Art Nights? Ooh, Symbiote Storm.
3, 2, 1.
Hello. Hello. Oh, Invisigal revealed her. Or why are you saying Invisigal? Sue just revealed herself. Thor? Yeah, that's Thor. Ow, I'm in pain. Gimme. I should not be brawling with him. Oh, hey, is that another Daredevil? Was that a Daredevil? It was a Daredevil. There's always a fucking Daredevil on this map. I am sorry. I did not realize there was a Daredevil in the back.
Got a lot left that's worth fighting for.
Get that vehicle moving again.
God damn it. Seriously?
Behold the god of thunder!
Just get back in the hole. Get back in the hole. Oh my god, die! One healer down. Keep it moving. Now there's a Daredevil in here somewhere.
Come here and check this out.
Don't mind me.
Careful. Oh. Jeff did not get me, buddy.
Halfway there. Keep going.
Backing up, backing up. Hi, Thor. Oh my god, you hurt. Okay, that's ours. That's fine. Ow?
This is real firepower.
Get your smug ass back down here. Damn it, come here. Jesus, that healing, my man. Also, I'm lagging. Alright, looks like the model's lagging. Have a good night, Sal. Alright, do I need to swap to somebody else? Uh-oh. After? Ah, you okay? You're running into the wall there, buddy. Put some work in. Hello? Yeah, that was not going to go well in my favor. I wish I could deal a little bit more damage, but that's fine. Also, Invisigal has her ult. There's somebody. Oh, okay, I got you. I'll stick with you, Calvin.
Stronger stuff than that.
I see you, Ocean Dweller. Get the fuck off of my Jeff, my dude.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Alright, I have ult now. They have 3 healers. I just realized that.
Only 60 seconds left.
Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Uh-oh.
Almost there. Don't turn back now. Well, fancy seeing you here.
storm there, but I couldn't help her fast enough. There's a blade! That's not ours. That's not ours! Oh, come on! That was weirdly broken. That's fine. That's fine. Probably. Oh, we got... People need heals real bad. That's not gonna work. I'm gonna go down. It's fine. It's fine. That was, what, 3 of their ults at once? Game? Game.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Have a good night, Ordain. Thank you for hanging out. I said this gal again? Okay. Okay, that's kind of a cute MVP. Block damage. Minutes. Okay. Huh. One more round. Wait, I'm pretty sure we didn't lose anybody in there, right? I'm pretty sure. Welcome back to Araco. And by that, I mean Mars. Tree. Tree. And Highguard is just Prince Charming from Shrek. What?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I probably didn't. I was doing Dookie. I'm trying. I want to get better at her. But she's also heavily reliant on being pocket healed, which is the worst. It feels bad to always be like, God, I wish I had a pocket healer. But, I mean, Taurus is doing a lot of work for me. Healer. 3 healers. Ooh.
You picked the right. Friends call me Anna Marie. You can call me Rogue.
Okay.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I can't guarantee your safety.
Some sort of futuristic.
You know, I could probably cosplay this rogue. With the right amount of waist training and growing my hair out a bit longer, I can probably do this rogue. Ooh, it's tempting. Ooh, it's tempting.
3, 2,
Also, I don't know this map. Attack. It's just... Oh god, that's a Hulk. Hi guys. Who are you? Squirrel girl. Ooh! That damage was not me. Ooh, deleted. Me, I got deleted. Wait. Who had the gun on their team? Oh, that's a closed door. Hi, guys. Wait, is that the fucking master? What are you doing? Who's the better tank? Bitch.
happy thoughts, happy thoughts.
Give me your shit. What are you doing, big man? Wait, did he just do the Frankie pose? Did he just hit him with the fucking super? Hi, Hook. What are you doing here? You don't get to leave, buddy. You play the controversial one at a time, Strat. I'm gonna take advantage. Gimme. I'm sorry. Come here. Why are you so far back?
Fantastic!
Give me your shit. I'm going down. That's fine. That's fine. Are you winning? No.
Got at least one more round in me.
The fuck was that? Did y'all hear that watery sound? Why was that so in my ear? I stole that from you. I'm sorry. Hello. Hello. That's it. I'm doing the controversial. Oh, you have such low health. Come here. Uh-oh. Hulk's going down. All right, Adam's down one. He's gonna try to res.
But there's still hope.
Come on, Adam. Ah, there's people back there. That's fine. He looks so much faster.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the
Is he? Do they increase the speed whenever he's in like the ghost form? Rip Adam. Where you going? Hulk, buddy, guy, come here. Where are you running? Oh shit. I thought I was about to lose him for a second. Oh, that's it. That's Adam's ult. Alright, Hulk's back up. Well, at least that's all the way back there. That's fine. I want that mantis. I want that mantis. You know what? I'll pick this Adam instead. Sorry, Hulk. Sorry, Banner. Maestro. Did I say Master earlier? I meant Maestro. That's my bad. Fake fan, I know. Keep it with Jungle Juice. I'm enjoying it, but I'm not sure vibe heavily. I'm not sure I vibe heavily with where they're heading with series. Feels like it's kind of lost some steam. Are you up to date? Are you up to date on Jungle Juice? Hi. Oh, who was that? Exiled.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Come on. Where you going?
Fantastic!
That's fine. Get back to the point. When he ults, make him back up. Unless people can shoot him. Squirrel girl. Low. World breaker. Oh, it was Deadpool. I just didn't recognize him because he was like piratey for some reason. All right, get smaller. Oh, I thought he was just laying like he was planking almost. What are y'all doing up there? Oh, he's back up already? Come on down. You do it, Scorpio. Whoop, fuck that one up. Okay, us knocking each other down is very funny. I know this one's. Oh shit.
Don't you worry, sugar. I gotcha. Don't be
Look at that.
Holy shit.
Turn around. They're sneaking up on us.
Whoever they are, didn't deserve this, but there's still hope.
No. Oh, well.
Another epic victory.
Season 3, episode. Oh, I don't know what the seasons are. Really? Okay. The human torch in our team was the leader. Okay. All right. Works for me. Works for me, I guess. Okay. Yo, I just got all 3 chimichangas. Yoink, 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 yoink. Let's go do, let's go. Oh, I do still have 1. So I'm not exactly sure why they give you so many normal acorns. Huh. Oh, it's an emote. Okay. Oh. Because it replenishes. I got you. Congratulations. Fear Magneto. You know what? I'll take it. Yoink, yoink. Go back. Yoink. Go back. Ah, damn it. I don't know if this works in like a bingo function, if I get extra rewards for it, or what. But, oh well. Gmails? Hell yeah. Reheat my carbonara. I need to do 30k. Jesus. Jesus. All right, though, guys. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to keep going. Fuck it. I want to keep playing. I'm having fun, and it's not even 4 yet. And we just finished the ad break, so I'd feel bad ending after an ad break. Payday candy bars, they're kind of my favorite. Payday are the ones that are covered in peanuts, right? It's basically like a nougat bar on the inside, and then it's covered in caramel, and then peanuts. They're okay. I think there's a better version of a Payday bar, and that is the 100 grand bar. 100 grand bar is like a chocolate covered Payday bar, and it is really good. Can't end during a jam song. That's true. We are listening to the Lady Gaga. Gaga. All right, let's do another round. I've never had one. Are they really good? I'd like 100 grand. It's been a long time since I've had one. I forget. Wait, is it peanuts or is it something else? Or is the 100 grand bar surrounded in like the Rice Krispie-ish stuff? Shit, I can't remember. Either way, 100 grand bar is pretty good. It's probably what I think is one of the most underrated candy bars.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Healer damage. Rouge?
You picked the right gal for the job, sugar.
You picked the right gal for the job, sugar. Ooh. God damn it, beef. Ooh. that was a camera choice. What are you doing, beef? I have a button to push? Okay, that's fair. That's fair, actually. Carry on.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You may proceed.
I wish I could have seen Magneto's face when you
Sugar.
showed up on Krakoa. He missed you so much, girl.
You do know my father well. In my dimension, you and he were romantically entwined.
Well, here, it's me and Remy all the way.
The battle starts in 5,
Till
4,
do us
3,
Hmm.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got
You know,
it?
I was just thinking, it was like, as long as it's in the map that has the really long fairway, I'll be fine as Rogue. What are y'all doing? Cloak. What are y'all doing? Rogue. Oh, I'm about to go down, but I'll take that. I'll take that struck. That's fine. That's fine. What is that? 2 healers? That's 3 healers at least. Okay, their rope's down. Is that Wolverine? Oh, no, my F didn't do anything. Wait. 1, 2. Oh, okay, no, they're 2, 2, and 2. Why did you feel like there was more? Hmm. Okay. Get on the point. I see 4 of y'all over there. I'm coming, I'm coming. Oh, they swapped 2 in. Oh, she's down. No, Loki! Oh, of course he got the heal off or some shit. Okay, thank you for the speed boost. We missing. Somebody up there? Damn, I got hops.
Us against the world. Don't get that vehicle to its destination.
Not gonna be able to deal damage through her. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Just who Gambit was looking for.
Who are you? Oh, that's Daredevil. That's Daredevil with that, like, Chinese celestial-esque skin. I think that's what the skin was.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Okay, now they're up to 3 healers. And there's one of them. Speak of the devil. I'm pretty sure they just ended. Let's just be a hassle. Let's just be annoying. I see you, Rockets. What the fuck just exploded? Hi, Loki.
Turn around, they're sneaking up on us. Your powers are mine!
Oh, that's not ours. I'm gonna die to that.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. You have the momentum.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh. The gravity wells. Okay. All the buttons. All the buttons. Number 1 problem, single button pressers get all the buttons, not enough lizards. I wonder if does that have an event in Mix It Up? Sunstar, do you know?
Let the devil.
No, 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 no.
Don't let anything stand.
Good lord. Make sure it's still moving. I crashed into Angie. Come back here, bitch. Where you going? I was just going for the health, of course. Are you having fun, Bee? Thank you for the bits.
So close. This is your big chance.
Bitch, I will keep slamming into you. Because it's funny. What are y'all doing? Mr. Fantastic. Oh, apparently, I guess he countered that? Okay. We make it! Like it's a Beyblade battle? Yeah, pretty much. The thing is Rogue also has like 4 dashes. So shift is a dash. F is a dash, or E. I keep wanting to say it's F, but it's E. Yeah. Out of button pushes. That was lots of fun. You're such a dork. I wonder if I could make it so that when somebody does combos, if it like to start something. I really don't know. More great Southern accents in fiction. Don't we all, darling? Don't we all?
You'll need a top-notch team
That was
to
weird.
win this one.
That was weird. Oh, Wanda is so much fun. Damblage, tonk, tonk.
For the job, sugar.
Listen, when this game came out, I could not care less for playing tank in this game. And now I have both Emma and Rogue, and I am absolutely eating amazing for Rogue. Hi, Kafka. How are you doing? I genuinely think I could potentially cosplay Rogue. At least the Rogue in this game. I could do a little bit more bulking and some waist training, and I'll see y'all at TwitchCon.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I wish I could have seen Magneto.
Her movie sucks. Always the butt of man. Her movies do suck.
I missed you so much, girl.
They really do.
Well, in my dimension, you and he were romantically entwined.
I mean, Benadryl Cabbage Patch carries the fucking movies every time they're together. I forget. I don't even remember the actress's name for Wanda. Hello. Come on down. Tear the tower down just immediately. Strange. Speak of the devil. No. No. Oh, I got stuck. Give me your sleeve. Take it out. Ooh, that was a good shield on her part. Oh, I should have done it the other direction. Backing up, backing up. Is that a Hella in the front lines? There's a squirrel girl in the back. Of course there is. Do we have anybody with straight lines? Nope. Well, I think Gambit does, right? Backing up, backing up, backing up. Healing, healing, healing. Thank you. You're the best. Oh, I'm stuck. Woo. Thank you, Jeff. Ah, damn it. Wasn't enough. That's fine. Wait, what was that Hella's marker? Okay, we need something else.
Unlike some X-Men, I suppose that helped.
Get that vehicle moving again.
All right, there we go. Watch out. Where is she? I can't reach her, apparently. Ah, son of a bitch. Mag, are you okay? Are you lagging?
All they did was make me angrier.
Whoever they are, they don't look friendly.
You keep walking into things.
I was fine, thank you. Just leave it to me.
Double KO! That's 3!
Okay. You'll be leading our people now, Magneto.
Look who's leading our heart. People now, Magneto. Oh. It's not even close to the same, but I gave my own version. Even though I fumbled it. I did, in fact, fumble it. Hard.
Oh boy. The rift is getting bigger. Looks of it a lot more unstable.
Oh, Jesus.
Found me someone to fight.
I do think it's a little weird that Mike has to reload her psychic powers. Bad touch, bad touch, bad touch. Hi. No.
We are undefeatable!
You stopped Zero.
Oh, I whiffed that one.
I was fine. Thank you.
60 seconds left.
The bang pow. Bad touch.
Us against the world!
Some rejuvenation would be nice.
We lost your shield.
Oh, okay, bye.
The shrine can't be much further. Let's finish this.
Down to 30 seconds.
Did I just hit the tree? I think I did.
We almost out of time,
I suppose that helps.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Did she just break herself out of this, out of the fucking, what, I don't know what to call it, the hypnosis? Why did I not think they could do that? But I suppose that makes sense. I suppose that makes sense. Work too hard, you'll give yourself a headache, so Emma pauses, reloads to avoid overextending yourself. That makes sense. Yeah, they beat the shit out of us. Oh, this is their Hela. This is the MVP for Hela. Huh, I hadn't seen this one. Because I completely missed the chapter that Hela skin was available. And a bit slow on the reflexes. That makes sense. I just kept seeing you at different points. I was like, are you running into a tree? And then in the other game, you were like running into a wall for a second. Oh, I was SVP? Really? Okay, I gotta know. I gotta know. What did I do? Oh, okay, it was the moment that we got the cart pushing. That's fine. I really didn't do anything special.
Just leave it to me.
It was kind of stupid.
Thank you.
Put the shield down! Alright, let's go back to the video, and then we'll probably do another one. Oh wait, what is this? Hero. Rogue! Did I level up somewhere to get something? Nice. Nice. But I have not leveled or played enough characters at any point to even get to like here. Although, wasn't I close? Was I close here? Almost there. I'm at 9. That's fine. But I don't think anybody else is close. She's only just hit 3. So we're still like a long way away from getting the... Wow, hold on. That's fucking killer. It has the chromium effect on it. That's cool. Okay, she's only 5. Yeah, okay, Rogues is really cool. Do they... Hold on, do they only do that for, like, the new characters? Well, hers are kind of flames. Okay, what does Emma's look like? Okay, so she does have her psychic effect. So it was at a certain point, they just actually started making the level 15 like more in line. So like Cloak and Daggers was, well, no, okay, that's actually the shadows than her daggers. Okay. But why are... hers feel kind of generic. Storm. Yeah, that's the same one. That's just a recolor. This one's blue. Hers is red. Who's older? Let's do Hella. Okay, that one's different. That one actually has the ravens. Are Storms and Widowmakers just the same one recolored and they just didn't expect people to notice? What can you even do with Black Widow? I like Black Widow. It's just, I don't want to play her in front of y'all because then I'm going to get embarrassed at how bad I am. Because knowing my luck, all the skills is going to go out the window the second I start streaming me playing Black Widow. Oh, hey. Sick. That's the one in the emote wheel. Even though I've never played Wolverine. Did I say Widowmaker? I'm sorry, Black Widow. Black Widow. I don't have any skins for her, do I? Nope. I do kind of want this one. Weirdly enough, but that's fine. Her default skin's actually stellar. Really good. Have a good night, Prey. Sleep well. Mesa Widow? Mesa Widow. All right. Next game. Oh, I just realized Kelvin's playing on Xbox. Well, I mean, she heavily relies on getting those picks. So it's also understanding how to play her. A lot of the times and knowing like when she's good. I've had moments today where I've been like, do I want to go play Widow? And then I'm like, I don't want to play Widow in front of chat. They're going to make fun of me if I absolutely start eating shit.
You picked the right
More
guy for
Rouge.
the job, sugar.
Come on, sugar. Taros just pocketing me today. You're spoiling me, Taros. You're spoiling me. Taros. Kovacs. We'd never make fun of you? So says the mod that was making fun of me for 98% of the stream. Add one to the misname count?
I'm feeling a little.
Well, I misname characters all the time. What are we up to? At least two separate characters? Punch.
Well,
No, my pineapple!
just the cutest thing to ever put on a suit of armor.
Wait, it's Penny.
Arigato, dog. I like to think that Spider is equal parts function and fashion.
Glue a few rhinestones on it and you'll look fancier than Emma Frost, girl.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
For most of the stream.
1.
In a British
All you
way.
need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Okay.
Don't worry, everything is under control. Well,
A night from DVD. Oh! That, I did not put that together. So, hey boys. Please me, I'm just gonna come hide over here until the ship takes off. We get on top of it. I can't get on top of it, damn it. Oh! Oh, I'm stuck. What are y'all doing?
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Jesus, the healing. Backing up, backing up, backing up. Hi, Deadpool. Ooh! Oh, that's a turret. That's fine. Nothing's quite as annoying as a, I am forgetting a Punisher, that's his name. The one that the cops seem to think that they act like. Completely missing the point of the Punisher. Hi, Taros, I'm right here. We're gonna want to group up.
bring it in.
Punch the wall, punch the wall.
Look who we got here.
He's still just standing in the same place. Groot's almost down. Groot's down. Jesus.
Let the devil out!
Did I just take his blind power? Is that what I took?
Let the devil.
Ooh, that's a cool fucking nameplate. It's the animated Hello one. Do we have any... Okay, I guess. I saw the Hawkeye, and I'm not exactly... I don't have faith. Nice catch. God damn it. Fuck you.
Control seized.
Who's running over here?
We did it, Spider.
Okay. Good, because I have ult.
Now, a disappearing act.
Okay, they're all up top. Oh, there's Daredevil. Dead.
Safety first.
Rip that. Okay. Now we're getting there. It just takes a little bit of grooving. Grooving, just moving. Oop, don't worry.
Let's do that again sometime.
Good job.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Howdy, boys. Punch wall, punch wall.
Well, that's better.
Whoop. The heck was that? Hello? Was that Sue?
Your tail ends here.
Judge, jury,
Punisher.
executioner!
Who's next?
Did y'all get him? Nice. Oh no, he's still alive.
Glory is almost yours.
Where'd he go? Okay, y'all got him.
Ooh, found me someone to fight.
A storm. A storm, you say? Why is she not taking damage? That's fine.
Again!
She won't need a Sunstar anymore. Old mods drift away into the newfound name. Sunstar, you and Carrie are the only mods I need, and probably will need for a long time. Y'all are so proactive when it comes to modding
Turn off my power.
that I'm
So
not
might
even
as well
concerned.
turn it up.
Plus, if shit hits the fan, like, there's a couple of y'all that are like up on the roster. Like, are you guys willing to be mods? I think the next time we'll probably add like a Discord mod is if we hit 1,000 people, and we're still like 300 people away from that.
Qu'est-ce que c'est? Some sort of futuristic sentinel?
No. Spider is a friend, I swear. Please don't blow us up.
Wait, Sentinel?
I'll take your word, ma petite. But if your robot goes bad, it goes boom. Capri?
Yep. We hear you, Gambit. The battle starts in 5, 4.
Aw, the kitty.
3.
Wait, did somebody just make a shrine to Bucky here?
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Looks like rest and relaxation ain't in the cards no more.
At least one of us believes I can mod. I mean, when was the last time we had a modding issue?
Whole shield thing.
Hello. Hello. I want to go punch the wall. Oh, I wanted to punch the... Damn it.
No good.
What are y'all doing? Doink, doink. Come here. Ooh, stuck, stuck.
Looks like the mission area is
Yeah? Oh, I whiffed it. No, bad touch. Thank you.
mission area is yours. Let's against the world.
You know what? Come here. Punisher. You get no bridge, good sir. And you hit far harder than I do. fine. That's fine. I was overextended. The rest of the group was getting pushed back.
Still got a lot left. That's
And bot sniping and shooting the rage baiters. You're pretty good at your job. Thing is, we don't even really get that many rage baiters. Like, one every 3 months. And we only get like those bot things that's like, do you want to grow your channel? Here, use these bots. Like once every 6 months. Good pull. Ow, pain. Okay. Punisher. Punisher. No, bad touch. Thank you for the heals. Come here.
Judge.
No. No. Slut. We don't let punishers have fun in this household, okay? I don't make the rules. They're just not allowed to have fun. Oh, rockets on him.
This is real firepower!
All right, backing up, backing up. I got ult again. Thank you for the heals. Ooh, watch out. I'm sorry. I'm having too much fun anytime I grab him and I just do the slurp sound. And I'm also very sorry if it's like right in somebody's ears. Also, can somebody explain to me what his ult does? It seems like it deals damage continuously when you're near him, but I don't really know. Oh, who do we got up there? Is that the healer? The healer? Hello. Hi. Did you miss me?
Locking the whole shield gang.
His load but warrants it. I'm sorry. It's also funny when you grab Deadpool and for some reason you literally just throw him face down and grab his buns.
Another epic victory.
Continuous damage blind? Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. I'm salty about it, but that makes sense. Average Bucky player. Damn, am I becoming a rogue main? All right, chat. Is it time? Is it time that we eventually start farming ranks until we become top 500 rogue? Listen, one of my New Year's resolutions was to get good at a game, and if it's gonna be Ribble, yes. I mean, I'd have to take like a lot of practice. So Rogue is your main? I guess now. She's so much fun. Like, genuinely fun. More chimichangas. Aww. Farming rings to get that partner? What do you mean? Go bust out the Black Widow, the man. I gotta see a game with her. All right, if I get to play DPS in one of these matches, that's your last? All right, have a good night, Turhos. The illusion of competency feels good. Gotta be the #1 ringleader. I don't think there's any Marvel characters that's like circus themed. If like Miss Marvel was in the game, I'd probably play her. She'd probably make a decent Vanguard. Win up with unique kits for Rogue and Deadpool. It's pretty interesting. All right, let's do another one. If I get to go DPS, then I will play Widowmaker. But if not, it's more Rogue. I don't like not Captain Marvel, Miss Marvel. Miss Marvel. The metamorph.
Pick your hero.
From Jersey City. Damblage. Healer, Tonk.
You
Yoink.
picked the right gal for the job, sugar.
Uh-oh. Phoenix and Hella? Y'all better be getting those picks. Yeah, the thing is in the game. Missing Marvel? Not missing Marvel. Wait. Did one of the healers just swap to tanks?
Friends call me Anna Marie. You can call me Rogue.
Oh, okay.
Right, gal?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Who wants to see something fantastic?
God, that's the skin that I wanted, but now that I'm looking at it in game, it's kind of terrifying.
The Master Weaver is not going
Big.
to reward me for jumping around realities.
Is the boy who gets struck by lightning? Wasn't the original Captain Marvel, not the Nova Corps, but something similar to the Nova Corps?
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Okay, bye.
I have visited countless dimensions, but this place never fails to impress.
Why do we have 3 healers? Guys! Although that means I get to do the thing. All right, let's go, kids.
Terrorized, broken, and remade in the Red Room. Now I command it.
Holy shit, y'all got deleted.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. They captured the mission area!
Oh, hi. Ah, of course, there's the fucking... That's fine. What the...
Back where I belong.
Was that mag lagging again? I think that was. Hello.
Every little bit helps.
What am I hitting? Because it sure is hell ain't somebody important. This is what happens when you haven't played Sniper in so long.
Back where I belong.
Zaza drama? Oh, I know the one you're talking about.
I am at your service.
The moon haunts you.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point. One of Moonlight's on.
Is that Jeff's spray all the way over there? Jeff, I need healing. Please heal me.
One tree falls.
That topped me off. Thanks.
Rise, my friends! Where there's one hunt, there probably more.
Nope. Did they change the... Didn't she used to have a battle rifle? I could have swore she did. Right? Didn't her primary gun used to be a battle rifle? I could have swore it had multi-shot. Alright, Throne Room's a bad idea to play her in, so...
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic
Or-
in this world.
okay.
But it does help.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Having power means something.
What concerns you so, my floral friend?
I am Groot.
They say that music brings the world together. But right now, I think we need superheroes for that.
Oh, okay, we lose the tank. Cool.
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Of all the possible realities, ready to find myself in. Goodbye. For now.
Hop and rolls a little too willy-nilly here, people.
And so
Mm-hmm. Hi, Thor. possibility of that is that Deadpool where it like runs the tape across the bottom. Let me know.
I'm made from stronger stuff than that.
The guy took Jeff? Yeah.
Come here and let me help.
But everybody repeatedly jumping rolls does not make it easy to... Hi. Where are you going? Fuck you. Whoop. It's not gonna save me though. I was hoping for enough of a delay to get some healing. Did not happen. Go, man, go.
Pass up another chance to win.
At least I have ult. And we're also not grouping up.
Time for a huddle.
Going the wrong way.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Oh, can't jump high enough.
It's party time!
Of course. That's not ours. There's something weirdly annoying and ironic when I hear fucking Sayu yell chat clip this. Good job on that wall. Good job on that wall. That's fine. Don't chase him too much. Remember, objective. I think I just ate that fucking... Ooh, my pain. Ooh, thank you for the heals. That's gonna hurt at some point. Now I'm dead. Alright. Cagging? Who's cagging?
Ain't gonna pass up another chance to win.
I don't know. There's just something that goes up my spine when I hear Sayu yelling, chat, clip this, because it just feels, I don't know, it feels like an insider thing.
It's party time!
Already? You're joking. Damn, that was fast. Oh well. Is Sayu's YouTube name? Why?
Well, you can't
It's not Sayu? I have no idea how to play anyone but Jeff. Ooh, that's a bad idea. You may wanna learn somebody else. Listen, having a main is good. Sticking to only one character is a bad idea. Like one per role is probably the best idea, at least. At least. Which is why, like, if we go back to the menu and I go to the strike team, like, I have these. These are the ones that I'm willing to play. Yes, it is cross-platform. Enjoy your lurk, Big. I don't know how that works. Which part? In this game, right? That's only once, I believe it's once you're above a certain, like, comp type. Let me see. Change mode. Yeah, so it's in comp, and I think in certain other special versions, but it is not in quick match. It is not in quick match. But that is going to be it. That is going to be it today. We're going out on a loss. It sucks, but it happens. So let's swing right on back over here. And we need to go find somebody to raid. Close you, close you. Who is live? What the hell is this game? Weird, but okay. Okay. Hightail, cat lady. Oh no, not cat lady. Mm. Sunset, you fucking goofball. I think you can find that Vanguard and Duelist I like. Just find someone. Anyone. It's usually a good idea, though, to also have multiple for each role, but I would find one in each first. You know what? We're just going to raid Lara. We're going to raid Lara. Fiery _ Lara. All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. We're going to be playing a spooky game. We're going to be playing 18th Attic. The dev sent me a key last week, but Twitter was a bitch and didn't tell me that I had a message from them until like, well, it didn't tell me. I had to go look for curiosity because I knew they were going to send it to me when the game launched. But yeah, we'll be doing that tomorrow. I think it's a Spot the Difference game, but it takes place in like an attic that you keep having to climb up. Something like that. Not 100% sure on it, but it looks spooky and looks like fun. But until then, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. And I will see you tomorrow. Good night.